bring you into the studio, I guess you could say. Thanks again for joining us. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to Al Houston and everybody else who is working to put on this event. I want to explain the format before we start, just so you have an idea of what's going on here. So it's 8 games across 16 lanes, and each player, after they finish on one pair, will be moving 2 pairs. How about that? Hopefully you can hear me now. Oh. Feel free to chime in the chat there. I'm hoping my audio is coming through. All right. There we go. Thank you, Courtney. So at least you've been able to see what's going on. Al, I think we're good. All right. We've got two-source confirmation now that the sound is good. Well, sorry about the lack of audio as we started things out here. But good morning and welcome to Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. This is the qualifying. We're in game 1 of qualifying at the 2023 Holiday Match Games, the adult version, a part of the Med City Holiday Weekend of events. And you're looking at lanes 7 and 8 right now, which is where our championship match is scheduled to be at the end of the day today. And I'll try and interject here with a couple graphics after we see Josh Peters throw his shot. Pretty direct up 10 and shakes them all out except for the 7 pin. You probably saw this at the beginning, but the format is 8 games, all scratch across 16 lanes. The top 16 will advance to match play today. It's single game, double elimination. So if you lose a game, you can go into a loser's bracket and still make the championship if you win out. And this is the pattern that they are attacking right now. The 2022 Storm Lucky Larson Masters, slightly modified just to account for the lane machine that they have here at Colonial Lanes. I do have a graphic that says game 1, and if you know, I'm looking at these tiny thumbnails, and they're all out of order.
Okay.
We've got Al Houston here with me in the broadcast booth, but let's see. I mean, it's kind of like whack-a-mole.
Okay.
Where like I'll pick one, and it's not game 7, it's not game 6, but we're getting closer. It's not match play. It's not the championship. It's not game 8. Game 5, nope, not game 2. So I'll just go with this one.
Okay.
We'll settle for that. But yeah, Al's joining me here in the booth. We'll give you a quick look from where we sit here.
Oh yeah, I'll be in and out all day.
Al is kind of going like this, because in Owatonna for our first event, the Champions Pro Shop Open, you get to see the smoke coming out of his ears.
Oh yeah.
The worry on his face.
No, I just get to hang out today.
Yeah.
Tony's been doing this since '92 basically, and I kind of started helping out a couple years ago and just find money, find entries, and then I just come hang out.
Yeah.
I'm not good enough to bowl anymore, so I just come and hang out.
Yeah. Well, I'm in that club with you, so yeah. But no, we've got great competition here. What can you tell me about how important this tournament is to not only to this center but to Rochester and southeastern Minnesota?
I think it's the biggest scratch tournament in East Minnesota or South Minnesota, whatever you want to say. I mean, it's been kind of the stalwart of the area, scratch bowling, I mean, we got records going back to 92. I wish I had records going before that because it's been going on since basically the 80s, you know. So it's kind of one of those tournaments that is a big scratch tournament that's been going on, one of the longer ones in the Midwest. So means a lot, you know.
Yeah.
And we always get a good mix of locals, and we get a good mix of just people from everywhere coming to Rochester to bowl, you know.
Mm-hmm. I was going down some of the names a little earlier, and I'm guessing that was before I actually had sound. So I guess just briefly, you can see from our vantage point, Briley Howe was on lanes 1 and 2. We saw Chad Nelson off to the right on 9 and 10. Guys like Zach Andreessen, Trey Henriksmeyer, Jared Bushman, who won the Lacrosse Open.
Yeah.
Brady Stearns. I mean,
there's no lack of talent in the field.
It's a CBA crowd.
We got like Brandon Mooney's down here. He's, you know, he's down here to sign to Austin tomorrow. So we got guys kind of from everywhere. We got Paul Bober here. He's from East Wisconsin. We got like Victor Cortez. He's from like Omaha. So, and we got people from all over the place. Yeah, there's no lack of talent in the field today.
Yeah. Tell us about some of the sponsors, and that's really what has given juice to these 4 events, this quadruple crown. You've been hard at work really for months getting these sponsors and building these events up. Tell us about them.
Yeah, I mean, I work on this stuff all year long, you know, just between, you know, I've had my most luck finding sponsors through bowlers themselves that own businesses. Rochester Heating and Plumbing came on, I think this will be their 4th year. Well, they've sponsored the tournament for a long time, but as in a title sponsor, they've been on for 4 years now, and that's really just came down to me asking for more money and him saying yes, you know. And before you know it, that's kind of where I started, or that's where I built my confidence in finding sponsors, you know, and the importance of finding that added money for the bowlers, because I mean they deserve it. It's the way I look at it, you know.
Yeah.
We want to give the bowlers good opportunities, and I feel like add that little extra money to the prize fund creates the juices flowing a little bit more.
For sure.
But yeah, no, Greg Nestler, he's retired now, but he was president of Rochester Heating and Plumbing, and great friend. He's bowled league here in the house for years and years and years. And then we got Larson Siding. You know, that's kind of who came along with the quadruple crown. And it's kind of funny with Larson Siding because it's 2 of my dearest friends in the whole world. So Tim Mayer he's a big stalwart, big figure here in Rochester. You know Tim, you've talked to Tim before.
Oh yeah.
He's just a big personality, and he's one of those guys that always has something good to say. He's just a very welcoming guy. And when I moved to town, he was one of the guys that made me feel welcome right out of the gates, and we kind of struck up a friendship right away. And this was 20 years ago, you know, or probably 18 years ago. But yeah, right when I was 18 and moved to town, he kind of took me under his wing a little bit, and it's really cool because him and now my best friend now, Shelby. I went to school with Shelby. We went to Casa. He's a couple years younger than me. We've been best friends forever, and he just signed his papers here in the last week to purchase the company. So it kind of worked out good to where, you know, going from it's like basically a good friend to a good friend owning the company, and they're big bowlers and they want to invest into the sport. So yeah, we got American Waterworks. They've been on for a couple of years, and yeah, so we got a good core group of sponsors that have been coming back every year.
Yeah, and that's no doubt what's attracted the big turnout. I know you were saying last night you were in the 60s as far as a field size. What
I think we ended up with 67.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple people got sick last minute, but we picked up a couple more the day of. So yeah, it's a good field.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, for sure. Good to see Kurt Hankey chiming in. Kurt, one of our real legendary bowlers from the Eau Claire area.
Oh,
he is terrific.
Yep.
Kurt says,
Kurt's a good player.
Morning. Thanks for doing this. Hoping to bowl next year. This year I've got family to see. And yeah, we hope to be out here next year too. Kurt's a tremendous player. I know he's had some success in the Lacrosse Open, certainly in the CBAs, and
yep.
Basically everything you can think of that's local
yep,
to us in Eau Claire and Western
him and
Wisconsin.
Bob Wolf and that crew of people from the Eau Claire area, great bowlers, great players.
Yep, for sure. So, as I was saying in the beginning, to really that nobody heard except for me, tomorrow we have the junior players. The Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour has a major event here, which basically mirrors the adult holiday match games, just one fewer game of qualifying.
It's one game fewer qualifying, but other than that, it's pretty much the exact same. 7 games, top 16, double elimination format. I'm closer to I'm almost full for that. I got 77 tomorrow. It's kind of bummer though. Darren's not going to be here,
Yeah.
But that's the cool thing about this weekend is you really get the best of both worlds. You got a lot of the best adults in the state, and then all of a sudden you get the best youth bowlers in the state. So it's just a good showcase of scratch bowling all around.
And then a few of them, as if you watch the pinfall on lane 3, you'll see Trey Henriksmeyer leaving the 10 pin there. He's one of them who is still a junior, but is bowling the adult tournament because there's a chance to get smartphones.
It's great that they allow the kids to do that. I just think, I understand you can't go bowl all of them, but you always have that higher echelon of players. I just feel like getting the opportunity to bowl in fields like this helps you mature a little sooner, because there's not, I understand being young and having the passion and sometimes it gets the best of you, but when you get to see firsthand, a guy like Chad Nelson or a guy like Brent Newman or a guy like Jared Bushman, how they handle themselves, Andy Mills, to actually get firsthand to see how these guys actually handle themselves. And these guys are friendly too. They talk to everybody here, So it's a good little network family we got here,
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of good youth players and college players that are 19 still, but they've been doing this since they're 16, 17.
No, hopefully we will see at least some of them on the live stream pair as we make our way through qualifying. Perhaps all. We'll see. Everybody moves 2 pairs over after each game. So we will certainly see Zach and Trey coming up in about maybe 10, 15 minutes here as they finish up game 1. But, yeah. It's certainly a nice center that we have here. For those of you who haven't been here in person, this is my first time here since the mid-90s. A lot has changed, but
it's newly remodeled. They remodeled, so all the sidewalls here, I want to say they're 2 years. 2 years ago, they went and remodeled a lot of the cosmetic stuff here in the walls here. It's a really beautiful venue, and
you can kind of see some of that here.
Masking units are all custom made here. So our goal this year, though, is just we don't want the banners to fall off during match play. We had it last year. I'm learning new stuff all the time. That's for sure. Last year we had a banner flop down during a match between Austin Anderson and Anna Callan.
Oh no!
And what had happened is the ball Dawson's on. The ball just kind of barely touched the banner and went through and got a strike. And it's now I learned what the USBC rule is now, so I know going forward what the call is. But it's kind of a hard call to make because technically it's a reball, right?
Yep.
And I kind of was like, "No, we'll keep the strike." And it's kind of sucked because it was kind of somebody had to lose, or somebody got the wrong calling, and it was a learning experience. So we're gonna keep the banners up this year. This year,
No, if everything ran perfectly every time, this would be no fun.
Yeah.
Got to live and learn through some of that stuff. But
no, Dawson, he must be about in town now. They were in the Dominican Republic for the last week or so.
Okay.
So I expect him to come back all tan tomorrow. He's not bowling tomorrow, but he's going to come hang out, and he's got his big announcement, and then he's going to help run the tournament tomorrow too. I got a full staff tomorrow too, so I might not have to work that hard tomorrow either.
That's great.
Yeah, Terry McKinney's helping me out tomorrow, and I got Brady Guston helping me tomorrow. So I really just can't come and hang out. I'm just a pretty face this weekend.
That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
No, and a big thank you to all of you who are watching live. He says haven't even left yet.
Haven't even left yet. He's
So,
gonna be tired when he gets here tomorrow.
Yeah.
I bet.
No, we're looking forward to that. That'll be really right off the bat during tomorrow's live stream. You can find those links in the same playlist on the Bowling with the Fef channel. One for qualifying and another for match play, just like we have out there today. So if you're looking forward to seeing match play this afternoon, again, that's a different link. So be sure and switch up.
Let's see what's the scoring pace looking like so far. Not very high. Got somebody here that's got the front. Oh, got one guy at a 290 pace. Yeah. We had a couple predictions earlier. Ryan Berger was predicting plus 70 for the top 16. I think Josh was plus 40, and I predicted minus 20.
Okay. And that's Brady Stearns who's got that string.
Oh, imagine that.
So you can see him coming up on the right side of your screen. He's working on 7 in a row with a spare up in the first. This is his 9th frame. And, of course, now that we said something, he's up through the nose and leaves the 3-6. But, yeah, what can you say about a guy like that? I mean, he's always...
his last string of the day, I'm guessing that.
Right.
Ray's, he's probably one of the top couple of players in the Midwest right now, but he's just a great guy. That's the best part, just nice, humble. It's cool seeing him, and he kind of takes some of the kids under his wings, too, like Zach and Brooke and those guys, Lucas, they all kind of look up to him too. And so it's cool to see him kind of being a mentor, but he's also just a great bowler and just a great human being. So
yeah,
I always look forward to having guys like that in my field. Like those are the guys I want in my field,
Yeah. No, and it helps encourage, the younger players. I mean, he came up through the ranks just like the lot of us. And probably got kicked around a little bit in the early going.
Some of us got kicked around more than others.
Yep.
Yeah, I did average 200 once at an MJBT.
Okay. All right. That's more than I can say for myself. But no, his ascent through the ranks, especially in the adult competition in Minnesota, places like North Dakota, Wisconsin, all over.
Yep.
Really almost unmatched. I'd go out on a limb and say unmatched. I mean, he's just always in that upper echelon of every event. He's constantly making charges toward the championship, oftentimes winning like we saw in Owatonna. But, just a tremendous player, a great game to emulate, too.
Yep.
Now, the pairs that we can see from here some have 6, some have looks like they all have 7 on a pair. Are there somewhat?
Yeah, there's most of the pairs have 7 on them.
Okay.
There's maybe just a couple that have 6 on them, but most of them have over 67. So there must be 3 pairs with 6 on it then, and the rest have 7. If I can do my math right, I can't always do that right though.
Right. Yeah, I'm there with you on that. But
Yep.
I guess the heart of the matter is they should finish pretty close to at the same time.
There might be a little earlier, but it should be in between 2 and 3, I would think.
Because you're probably depending on everybody to finish at the same time, so everybody makes the move at the same time.
Yep.
Yeah.
I love that Tony puts the what pairs you're moving on right on the lanes, Yeah. He just prints them out. It makes it easy,
Yep.
Most players know what they're doing anyways, but
But yeah.
But even you get your guys that come in that maybe it's one of their first tournaments they're bowling and they're maybe a little bit nervous. So little things like that go a long way,
Sure. Yep. I know that's one of the things that I wouldn't want to think about as I'm, trying to figure out why I just left 10 pin, 4 pin, 10 pin, 10 pin.
Yeah, yep.
So up on lane 6 right now, you can just see the right edge of Jared Bushman's arm. He's the champion of this year's Lacrosse Open, and certainly not unfamiliar.
Well, he's defending his title today. He won it last year.
He won here last
year.
Okay.
Last year. Yep. I bowl every other Wednesday night with Jared in Stewartville, and after the Lacrosse Open, I wasn't at the Lacrosse Open this year. I usually go and spectate. I try to, but being in the industry, it's just not easy to get out weekends, you know.
Yep.
But I got to see him at league, and I gave him a big hug right away. I was pretty excited. You know, he's just a good guy to cheer for. He works hard, and he's coached high school bowling, and he's done a lot for the community of Stewartville and the Rochester area, and runs a pro shop too. So he's a busy guy in the bowling industry.
Yeah.
Electrician by day, bowling superstar at night.
Yeah. And it's always good to hear that you got guys like that, like him, like Brady, that are just good humans.
Yeah.
You know,
absolutely.
It's one thing to be really talented, but you know, if you don't have others vouching for your personality.
Yeah. Well, he's Dawson's pro shop guy too.
Yeah.
Yep.
So looks like we've got an international audience now live on YouTube X. Afternoon from the UK. Nice. So we are happy to have you here. I know you've checked out a couple of the videos on the channel. Appreciate that. This is the 2023 Holiday Match Games, part of the 2023 Med City Holiday Weekend. The adult event going on right now. This is game 1. And tomorrow, an MJBT major as the youth bowlers from Minnesota and surrounding areas take to the lanes here at Colonial and try to knock them all down as best they can. So we've got a 202 and a 199. I know one of those belongs to Waldhausen.
Looks like Brady's going for 260.
Yeah, he ended up at 268.
Yeah.
So not bad. We, kind of jinxed him a little bit, but came back with, off the sheet for that big 260. You got to imagine he'll be among the leaders after a game. Yeah, I like that. I like that advice. Hit the like and share. That would be fantastic for all of you to like this video. If you like what you're watching, share with a friend or an enemy.
Dude, we get Briley on the TV pair.
There we go. Yeah.
I don't know.
Briley's right below the camera here. What did he say?
185.
185. Okay. So yeah, and if you're logged on through your Gmail or Google account, take a second and subscribe to the channel. You can hover over that logo on the right, click on the link. It doesn't cost you anything. You can hit the notification bell and be one of the first to know when we go live or post new videos. But no, this is a fantastic event. What I love about this event is you guys are confident enough to use all 20.
Oh, yeah.
No breakdown pair.
Yeah. No, they got good staff on today. I mean, Tim's the GM, but we got Mike up from here. He's like, when I run events like this, he's just a guy I trust in the back because even if stuff does break, he fixes it at a fast rate. We had 1 year where we did have to take one pair out of play, but we just kind of played through, and sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
It's hard because like in a 20-lane center, it's almost like you have to use all 20 because the most I can really take is 80. I don't really want to take. We're not at 80, but hypothetically, we want to plan on 80, right?
Right.
I don't want to take 100 because it's 8 games, and
Yeah. At some point, it works against the people in it. So, 67, 70, 80, that's a good number. Keep it moving.
Last year here I was on I I think it was like literally my last day. It was my last weekend working here before I started in Owatonna. Was the match games last year, so it's nice to just I don't have to worry about this stuff. Just can hang out. No stress. It's not my own bowling venue, so
Yep.
you know.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Yep.
So, let's see if we can switch cameras over to the lower end here. That's Trey Henriksmeyer on
cool.
4. Packing his 3rd strike in a row. He can hit the strike on the fill ball for 215. If it looks like I'm not exactly level with this camera, you'd be correct. I'm going to try and make an adjustment there so it doesn't look like we're all falling down a hill. And yeah, I don't know what that little glitch is with that camera. Hopefully it's not too distracting. And so Trey will settle for 212.
There you go.
Jared hits his first strike in the 10th. He can get the next 2 for 190.
Check out that mustache bush he has on, though. You just put that on. He put that on, I think, right after lacrosse.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's not a normal thing?
No, he just started the mustache.
And it's actually his, right? He didn't stick it on?
No, it's his mustache.
Okay.
Yep. It's beautiful, honestly.
Yeah. Oh. He had that messenger ripping across the deck, but couldn't get to that 7. And for those wondering, that is Trey's father on lane 6 coming off that strike, Travis. All right, so 180 for Jared.
Okay, you know what?
And
not kicking yourself too hard. Game 1.
Right.
7 more to go.
I really think that's the key in a lot of these events is everybody has the ability to shoot 230, 240, or higher. It's can you, in the bad games, can you work your way, grind your way to a 180 or 190 instead of a 160?
Yeah, that's one of those things I always like when I'm working with youth bowlers and we're prepping for tournaments. I just call it damage control, right?
Yep.
I get it, man. There's some games where it looks bleak every once in a while, or maybe you don't get the start you want. But if you can manage your game and keep it at the 180, 190 pace, right? No damage done, right?
You can make up for that in a good game, yeah.
Hey, Tim, lane 6. Tim, lane 6.
So we'll switch back to 7 and 8 here as our second group gets ready to start game 2. I can go through and see if I can find my game 2. There we go. Game 2.
Hey, Bushy, just so you know, we're talking about your mustache on the live stream. I might not heard me.
Yeah. Oh. It is really something, you know.
Yeah, it really is.
I'd go with that, but My wife isn't going to say that's a deal breaker. She'll say you do what you do. But
Okay.
let's just say I know better.
You know better. Nah, you don't want to miss it right. That's for sure.
Yeah. We're looking at Briley Howe and Matt Payne.
They're both right up there in the quadruple standings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Both made the step ladder in Owatonna.
Yeah.
Briley had a nice event down in Arizona at the Agent Ong Open.
Oh yeah, he did. They run a really good social media page. It's I enjoy following that event. I didn't know about it until after the event this year.
Yeah.
But those guys, they're determined to run a good tournament, and they do.
And today just happens to be Carl's birthday.
Oh, okay.
Happy birthday, Carl.
Oh, you just had them on, didn't you?
Yep. He was on.
Cool.
Yeah. Talked all about the event, kind of gave us a little teaser for next year. He says he's got a big announcement coming up on the 1st of January. So we'll see what he's got planned. It's our first look at Nick Heileman, who pushes it a little too far down lane. Ends up with a 210 to shoot at. But, yeah. I'm trying to think. It's Carl's birthday today. I know there's another one. It's funny. I'm going to my own Facebook group, just to check. And it's Brandon Cryer. So happy birthday to Brandon. He was one of our stepladder finalists in Owatonna as well.
Oh, he just had a big win last week.
Yep.
Yeah,
CBA.
He's not here today.
And like you, I wasn't in lacrosse, so I don't know if he was at that one.
I don't think he was off the top of my head.
Okay. So now on 7 and 8, you've got Brooke Salzman off on the left. And she's one of the talented juniors that I'm guessing you'll probably see tomorrow as well.
Yep.
Derek Kozlak on the right.
Oh, we got all sorts of talent on 7 and 8. Brooks on there, and then Hilly's on there, and looks like we got Derek. He's a good lacrosse player. He works out of the pro shop at Playmart with Nick.
Okay.
God, that Mount Mercy team's just been on fire this year, haven't they been?
Yeah. And I mean, you have programs like that recruit so well, and have such a great history. It's
high level of coaching.
You just high level coaching. You just kind of shrug your shoulders and say, "Yep, that's going to happen."
I wouldn't blame anyone wanting to go there
for sure. Briley, of course, a standout at Wichita State during his college days.
That looked good,
and you can see why.
I'm gonna roam around for a little bit. I'll be checking in and out throughout the day. So
you bet. That's Al Houston, who really took the lead on this quadruple crown and got things going in a way that involved lots of sponsorship, great size field, and just has done a tremendous job. And I'm not saying that because he reached out to me to live stream this. Although I certainly appreciate that. But yeah, the quadruple crown, you've got our total point standings here. As you can see, Jared Bushman with 170 points leading the pack. Brady Stearns following close behind, and then Briley Howe and Matt Payne, who we have on our pair here, and Ryan Burr taking up the fifth spot. So 8 games of qualifying this morning. And I suppose it'll last into the afternoon to determine which 16 will advance to match play. See Hunter Diepenbrock connecting on lane 6. He's another one who's done a great job of putting his bowling story on social media, does videos. He's got a few on his channel where you can see him bowling matches against other competitors at, I believe, his home center in Wabasha, Minnesota. I know he goes to high school around there. So on lane 6 here, you're going to get a look at Dawson Unrath. And Dawson is another really, really talented junior player in Minnesota here. If you are familiar with the MJBT WYBT border battle, which was also streamed on this channel, you got a chance to see him in action. And he was very impressive, I thought, in that event at Wagner's Lanes in Eau Claire. Big thank you to those of you who are tuning in live today. You're watching Game 2 of qualifying at the Holiday Match Games here at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota, part of the 2023 Med City Holiday Weekend. And I invite those of you who are watching live to chime in the live chat. Let us know where you're watching us from, who you're pulling for today. I'm sure these players would appreciate a little shout out. Brooke Salzman buries a strike on 7. Just a fantastic physical game, solid release. And really, when you're at the level that a lot of these players are on this pair, that just kind of speaks for itself. I mean, you're going to have guys and ladies who have really mastered the physical part of this game. They've got that PBA type, WBA type release. And it's all about, the focus, the execution. And wow. Bowling with Diallo says, good morning, guys. Good bowling. Thank you for tuning in. Really appreciate that. Always love a good bowling YouTube channel. And looking up and down the house, it looks like everybody is on game 2 right now. So hopefully the tournament staff is tabulating scores. And once they've got that together, we can give you a sense of who the leaders are. As we said, we saw Brady Stearns put the finishing touches on a 268. He's got to be toward the top. And Bowling with Diallo says, thank you. You're welcome. I'll have to check your channel out once I have a moment to breathe here. Peyton Rowley and Brady Gustafson, who is actually up on 5 right now. You'll just see his ball travel to the pins off to the left. Both competitors in the border battle as well. And Doug tuning in, saying, let's go Briley and Hunter. Couple of great bowlers to cheer for. Had lots of success recently. So Al just handed me the prize list for the holiday match games today. These players will be competing for a top prize of $1,700, with $1,200 for the runner-up, $900 for third, $730 for fourth, and $575 for both fifth and sixth. So a good chunk of change on the line for these players who have come out here today. 67 entries in this tournament, combined with $2,000 donated from our sponsors today. So with Nick Heileman taking down that 10-pin, I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention his Supercross Fantasy League. I'm pretty sure I saw on his Facebook page that they are getting ready to get underway with that. When Al was on the live stream a couple months ago, he promoted that rather heavily. And also mentioned that he doesn't really follow the drivers in that, but still finds it to be a good time, as I know Nick and his buddies from lacrosse do too. All right, so Matt Payne up on lane 8 working on a double here. Flushes 10 back. A little slow start, 2 opens out of the first 3 frames, but recovering nicely with a 3-bagger. Brian Rucker joining us live says, good morning, Fef. Thank you for all the coverage this weekend. Merry Christmas to all. Merry Christmas to you too. And certainly to all of you joining us live and on replay. And I appreciate you checking it out, Brian. It's always a pleasure to do these live streams on great events like the holiday match games. It's certainly a thrill for me, and I'm just tickled that Al reached out earlier this year to have me come on over and do the live streaming here. Always interesting to see how these patterns end up breaking down as you get a game and a half, couple games in, you start to see that transition. Plenty of higher rev players in this field. So you'll see that transition happen quickly. And a Merry Christmas to the bowling family from Bowling with Diallo. Just a fun time of year, you know? Get to the end of things and, you know, just 9 days till Christmas Day. Thinking about gatherings with the family and other loved ones. If you're fortunate enough to not have to work, that's always good too. There's a 4th strike in a row for Payne. And important to note that the entire field is competing against each other, no matter the gender. So ladies competing against the gentlemen and vice versa. All in the same field, all aiming for that 16-player match play final that we will see this afternoon. And as Al said, a big thank you to all the sponsors here, including Rochester Plumbing and Heating, Larson Siding and Windows, American Waterworks, and Upham's Pro Shop. I know the bowlers appreciate that, having more to compete for. And it certainly helps bring in these folks from both near and far to Colonial Lanes to compete in this event. Oh, yes. So Brian wants to know, when the time comes, will you be providing a link to the standings, or will they be on the Facebook page? That's a good question. What I'm going to try to do, I typically try and at least capture a picture of it that I can then put up on the screen. I would imagine, don't quote me on this, but I would imagine that Al would put the standings up on the Med City Weekend Facebook page. I'll certainly ask him the next time he is over here. But once we start getting those in and you're wondering where a particular player is currently, just ask in the chat. I'll see if I can find that information out for you.
How are we?
Good, there we go.
Well, I was doing better before I got here.
Okay.
So, yeah, here we are, I guess.
Here we are.
Probably
And there's a 5th in a row for Matt Payne.
You've been practicing your smoke. I can tell. So proud.
Sometimes the best part about a tournament like this is you hit a pair that's not so great, and you weather the storm and then on to the next, and things can work out a lot better.
Yeah.
And Brooke Salzman with her second strike of the game. She stayed clean, but hoping to make a run here at the end to salvage something 200 or better. Payne going for 6 in a row. And just comes up a little short, leaves the bucket. He can cover this and punch out. He'll be just above 220. And based on the look of this pair so far, 220, not a bad game. Not bad at all. And there's a double for Salzman. She can also punch out for 220. As we get started in Riley Howe's 10th frame here on the left. So to answer Brian's question from before, yes, it does look like they are updating standings on the Facebook group for the Med City Holiday Weekend. Let's see if we can't pull that up here. Hopefully these folks don't mind. So there are the standings after one game. And you can see that Briley Stearns is in the lead with that 268. Hunter Diepenbrock just a pin behind him. And then you've got Chad Nelson, Brandon Mooney, and Nick Heileman rounding out the top 5 early. Not a ton of players who are plus right now. Just 20 out of the 67. it's early. Only one game gone by. So plenty of time for these folks to make a run. Matt Payne, if you can see in that tiny microscopic window off to the left, finished out with a 207. And I believe that's Derek with a 204 on the left side of the screen. I'm hoping that's big enough. I can make it a little bigger, but then I kind of lose the top of the screen there. So again, if you go to the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page, that's where you can see this in greater detail. You can see the entire field and where they stand after one game of competition. So a big thanks to our host center here, Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. I know they went through some work to beef up the internet signal, and I'm hoping that this live stream is coming through okay on everybody's end. I know we had a little audio snafu to start. That certainly wasn't because of the internet signal. That was operator error. But we got that taken care of, and now we're up and running. After this game is over, the folks who are competing on lanes 1 and 2 will make their way to 7 and 8, our live stream pair here. Ooh, and a nice cover of the 4-9 there by Brooke Salzman. It's been a grind for her and for Nick and even for Briley, who was the one with the 204. That was my mistake, not Derek. It was Briley. So Bowling with Diallo wants to know, what oil pattern are they bowling on? Well, fortunately, they gave us that information right here. It's the 2022 Storm Lucky Larson Masters pattern. It's a little modified just because their oiling machine does not have the 2 tanks that you can see referred to at the top here. So it's not quite as shown, but close. So a modified version of the 22 Storm Lucky Larson Masters is the flavor of the day. You give me 1 second, I'm going to try and level out the other camera before I take that. All right. Let's see if that's just a little bit better. Yeah, that'll do. So he says, nice, never bowled on that pattern before. And neither have I, but that's not saying much. It's, you know, by the early looks of things, it's certainly something where you don't want to get it too far right. And Life on YouTube X, formerly Twitter, does a great job with the other camera. Thank you. So, again, here are the standings through game one. Brady Stearns up on top. Hunter Diepenbach. Did I say that right? See, he's right here. I'm hoping someday he'll invite me to bowl against him on his channel, but we'll have to discuss that after competition is over. Chad Nelson, Brandon Mooney, Nick Heileman, and we just saw Nick over here on 7 and 8, but yeah, he had a tough one on this pair, so he'll probably be dropping on the standings a little bit. It says a lot clearer than the other camera, full color. The one I fixed up. Yep, that one is a camcorder, and the other one I'm working with is a DSLR. And it's I'm not sure why it produces those little glitches, and I'm hoping that's not too much of a distraction. But yeah, it seems like the iris on the DSLR isn't quite is open a little further than this one is. This one I've got control over that. The DSLR I don't really have that kind of control. And he wants to know, so both are fixed to your computer? Yes. I've got both of them kind of on opposite sides of a MacBook. And if you can imagine one extension cord going from the low end of the house over behind about lane 3 or so, providing me power, and then the internet cable, the Cat 6 cable, going all the way to the high end of the house. And what I have in front of me is like a mess of adapters and cords and things like that. But it's kind of tough sledding when you have a finite amount of time, to get everything together. Oh, and he wants to know if I'm using OBS Studio. I'm actually not. I'm actually going straight to StreamYard. And the reason for that is because OBS, I tried to download and pull up on this, but I had to downgrade my operating system. And the reason for that is the DSLR, which I'll switch to right now because the folks on 7 and 8 are getting started here. The DSLR is operating on Canon's software. And unfortunately, that piece of software is not compatible with the newest operating system for Mac. So I got into this situation where I had the updated software on Mac, but could no longer use this camera because it didn't work. So after many long conversations with, I want to say, at least 3 representatives from Apple, we figured out how to downgrade the operating system. So that part works. Now, the operating system doesn't support the most recent version of OBS. So back and forth we go. And I'm hoping to find that sweet spot where I have the right version of the Mac operating system to use both OBS and the Canon software. And until then, I guess I'll go with the Canon software because I don't have enough adapters to get both cameras on. Plus, this particular DSLR doesn't provide a clean feed. So yeah, he says OBS can be a pain. My Mac is out of date. Yeah, so you know what I'm dealing with here. It's hard. Technology is great until it isn't. Oh, he says use 2 Macs. Yeah, that means I got to buy another one. That doesn't work either. I'm one of these scrappy live streamers that tries to get by on the free stuff. All right. So, like I said earlier, we've got our folks who have come over from lanes 1 and 2. Included in this group is Andy Mills, who you can see right at the bottom of your screen there. And he says, great job anyway, my YouTube friend. Thank you so much. No, always appreciate folks like you coming on. I'm not sure how, how interested you are in the sport of bowling, but I can tell you're certainly versed in live streaming, which is great. And yeah, that means a great deal that you're watching us live today. So this pair that we're on 7 and 8 is actually the first one to start up game 3, and I should fix my little banner here. Let's play whack-a-mole again and see which one has game 3. And it's not that. It's not game 7. I'm trying to rename these as I go. It's not 6. Pay no attention to that. It's not game 6. It's not match play. Yeah. Match play. That's not it. Not the championship. It's not game 8. I think I'm running out of options here. It's not game 4. It's game 3. No, not game 5 either. So we'll just go back to our generic bug. As we watch Mills take his first shot. Leave a 2-4-8-10. So Life on YouTube X is up to 13 years of live streaming. That is awesome. You've got me beaten by a decade. Good stuff. He uses OBS and Restream OI. I've done a couple of interview shows on Restream, and it's very similar to StreamYard, which is the system that I'm using today. So really either one works. And they both have free plans. And it's an easy system, relatively speaking, to get into if you're getting into live streaming. Here's a link in the live chat here if anybody's interested in giving it a try. Yeah, free plans for sure. It's good to figure out how this stuff works and to really kind of find out if you want to commit to it. If you want to get into this a lot of the time, make it worth getting a subscription to it without having to pay for it. But yeah, both StreamYard and Restream have them. And when I started my show, I used the free plans. So it is certainly possible to, do a live stream, remote guests, all that stuff on a free plan with one of these services. Of course, there are more features when you pay for it. Yep. Life on YouTube X says Restream free. You can stream to 2 platforms on free. Yep. That's a major difference between the two. StreamYard you can't until you get into a paid plan, but with Restream you can multi-stream. And that's kind of what attracted me to Restream initially. But as I grew in this a little bit, I decided to go the StreamYard route. Again, this is game 3 of qualifying at the holiday match games. Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. And you can see the ball traveling down the lane on lane 5, going up light, leaving a bucket. That's Paul Bober, who is here from the Chicago area. He is the champion of the 2022 Chippewa Valley Match Games in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. That's an event where I'll be streaming the stepladder finals coming up in a couple weeks here on Sunday, January 7th. So be sure and tune into the channel for coverage of that, or stop on by if you're in the area. Wagner's Lanes in Eau Claire. Great amateur event. A field very similar to the holiday match games. Scratch bowling, long format, and talented players. So Life on YouTube X says StreamYard is updating and adding new things. So when you said StreamYard can only do one platform, but you are able to click on share to other platforms. Yep, that is a workaround for sure. And yeah, I think there are pros and cons with both. I feel like Restream was a little quicker to the party on things like varied layouts and custom layouts and things like that. StreamYard's caught up since then. But no, there is definitely value to both. And it's just really cool that platforms like that, services like that exist, because, years ago, live streaming video was something reserved for the big TV networks and the richest of the rich. And now just about anybody can do it. Yep. It says just need good internet speeds. Yep, for sure. Yeah, that can cause problems if you're operating on either Wi-Fi with interference or a lot of devices hooked up to it, or just a slow internet speed. And, that's a great segue into some praise for this center, Colonial Lanes. I know their internet speed was a little on the lower side before we started planning out this event, and they did work to get that speed up there and make it a little easier for folks like me to bring live streaming to you all. So a big thank you to everyone in charge here, and Al Houston, who you heard from a little earlier. He was certainly involved in getting that internet faster and making it possible for me to do this. Oh, yeah, and Life on YouTube X is also checking out Prism, which is another another live streaming service. That's an interesting one. I've heard that one has a lot of possibilities with like virtual backgrounds and stuff like that. So Andrew Condon just coming off a trio of opens, so he's hoping to get back into this on our live stream pair here. Andy Mills in the orange pants connects on lane 8. He was one of the folks who came on the live show that I do every week really early on. Here's the link to that. I tossed it in the chat. Yeah, he came on early in my run. Gosh, it's probably been about 3 years now. And if you want to see some vintage video of a knucklehead kid living in Plymouth, Minnesota, throwing a 14-pound wine UDOT at a center that no longer exists called Spectrum Lanes, check out that link because that video is included in that episode. Again, a big thank you to all of you who are tuning in live. You're watching the holiday match games at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota, part of the 2023 Med City Holiday Weekend. If you're watching us live, feel free to use that live chat. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for this morning. We're in Game 3 of qualifying. These players will complete 8 games of qualifying. They'll cut to the top 16 and move on to a double elimination match play bracket. And you can see that match play this afternoon on the link for match play, which you can find in the same playlist, the 10K Quadruple Crown playlist here on the Bowling with the Fef YouTube channel. And there's Katie Newman checking in from Winona, Minnesota, rooting for Kiefer Newman. And I know I saw him off to the left. Of course, now he's probably down to the right, just because they're moving 2 pair after every game. Kiefer had kind of a slow start in 156, but again, plenty of time to make it right and get back in this thing. Again, all scratch. 8 games of qualifying to determine who will move on to match play this afternoon. That's right. Pick it up. No, I'm sure he appreciates your support, Katie, and I certainly appreciate your interest. If you like what you're seeing here, please hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. We will have live bowling action all weekend long here at Colonial Lanes. We got match play for the... Got to grow a little taller, Terry. Look at this. He's going to start. Oh, there he is. Oh, don't hurt yourself. That's right. He's a good one to set that example. Yeah, so match play this afternoon at the Adult Holiday Match Games, and tomorrow the Youth Bowlers take over at the Youth Holiday Match Games at MJBT Major. So keep it right here. We'll take you all the way through Sunday. Life on YouTube X says, you never seen a perfect game of bowling or live stream one. Well, I've certainly seen one. I've seen many. In the grand scheme of things, bowling a 300 game certainly does not have the prestige and the impact that it did, say, 20, 30 years ago. There are a lot of them out there, and it certainly has to do with the makeup of the bowling balls. And I would argue the talent of the players too. But as far as live streaming one, I know we had one at the youth border battle, the MJBT WYBT border battle during the summer or spring. Actually, that was in May. It was kind of out of my field of view. You could just kind of see the corner of it because it was on one of the lanes that was farther to my right as I was live streaming that. But Robert Vader, who is actually coming on the show later this month, was able to toss a 300 in that event. And he and his teammates from the Wisconsin Youth Bowlers Tour ended up winning that event. I feel like I've live streamed more than just that one, but I can't think of the specific event that another one has come from. But you're going to have me thinking about that for a while, and what will happen is I'll remember after we end the stream. And Courtney Wolf watching from Wisconsin, cheering for Paul Bober. Another great player to cheer for. As I mentioned, Paul has a Chippewa Valley Match Games title under his belt. He is just off to the left right now. He's bowling on 5 and 6. And if you watch the pinfall on lane 5, that's him. He's got 36 through 3 this game with a strike up in the 4th. So he's going for a double here, hoping to turn things around in game 3. Oh, yeah, it would be good to see one of the recording. Yeah, Robert is a tremendous two-handed player from central Wisconsin. He's a college player for UW Whitewater. a team that won a national championship just a couple of years ago. And speaking of Whitewater, another player in our field who is a pair or two to my left is Brandon Mooney, who is Whitewater's head coach. I'm pretty sure that this is the link to that live stream with Vader's 300 in it. I put that link in the chat. That was a fun event. It was the first time they did it, and they have since announced that they'll be coming back to Wagner's for that again. So, yeah, I'll be looking forward to at least taking a look and see who wins, if it's Wisconsin Youth Bowlers Tour taking 2 in a row, or the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour avenging their loss from 23. Okay, and Life on YouTube X said, clicked on the link. Yes, it's marked up. I hope I got the whole thing copied over correctly. Oh, you know what? Maybe that might not have been the right one. I think it was in the singles and doubles, which is kind of like this event where there are multiple links. Yeah. Let me try and get a... Yep, it is the double. It is one of the doubles matches. Yep. That's right. It is, and I'll try and get that link back in there. The correct one, anyway. Because he was bowling doubles with Cale Rush, who is another Wisconsin athlete. And I want to say they both had, the front 10 or 11 or so. And that one has it has chapters in it, and you can see where the interview with Robert Vader is. And I remember I interviewed him right after that 300 game. So if you scroll back a little bit from that interview, you should be able to see it. All right. And we have got some updated standings here. So I'm going to pull those up. And this is after 2 games. So as you can see, Chad Nelson has ascended to the top with 501 plus 101 after 2, going 266, 235. So he leads the field right now. Brady Stearns had a 201 in game 2. So not quite the pace that Chad was at, but still good for second place at plus 69. Victor Cortez with a 2-0, 250. Good for plus 61 after 2. He's in the 3rd spot. Jared Bushman, our defending champion, rattled off 268 in game 2. So he is at plus 48 and in 4th. And Phil Stellmaker, who shot 248 in game 2, is at plus 47 and rounds out the top 5. From there, you've got Matt Payne in 6th, Hunter Diepenbrock in 7th, Brandon Mooney in 8th, Darren Galbraith in 9th, and Josh Peters in 10th. So, yeah, he found Zach Singer, the interview with him. This was a little earlier in that in that video. Gosh, I want to say might have been about 20 minutes before him. I'm frantically checking on my phone to make sure I'm right when I say that. Of course, I got to get through the ads first. I mean, really, who puts those ads in? It's a joke. I'm the one who does that. So the interview with Robert is at about, gosh, I'm going to estimate it at an hour and 20 minutes in. Yes. Yes, the doubles match is where he had the 300. So I'm going to guess, and I was interviewing Darren Hansen at the same time. So that is probably about an hour into the video, maybe a little further than that. And Darren was the one who pointed out that he was on that big string. But like I said, I didn't have the greatest vantage point. So you just kind of saw the pinfall way off to the right. Okay, so an hour and 26 in is the interview with him. Yep, and that happened right after he shot the 300. So it would be just before that. Also, if you look in the shorts tab on the channel, there are several shorts that I have of people shooting 300 in league and things like that. looking like the singles match. Yeah, I could be wrong. I thought it was doubles, but it's been a while. It's been 7 months. Right now, the group with Brady Stearns and Chad Nelson are top 2 seeds, I believe, after 2 games. Yep. Chad Nelson and Brady Stearns, who are 1-2 in the standings right now. They're on lanes 1 and 2, and they will be on our live stream pair for game 4. So the heavy hitters of this event, at least in the early going, just about to head over to our live stream pair. Okay, and 2 hours and 19 minutes is the doubles match, so I guess looking to the singles match. Okay. Yeah, basically that was essentially all-star teams from both of those tournament tours kind of doing battle against each other in my area. And a lot of those same players are out here today and tomorrow. We got a little glimpse of let's see, it was Dawson Unrath and Brady Gustafson. Both of them were in it. I can't remember if Brooke Salzman was in it or not. She might have been. Yeah, thanks for the link. You're welcome. Oh, glad to help out. It was really cool. That was an event that had never been done before. And I kept thinking, boy, because I had some history with the Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour when I was a high schooler. Bowled in a Wisconsin scholarship tour in college. And I just thought that was really neat. It was neat to see the best of the best in each of those tours compete. They also had a sweeper on the Friday night. I competed in that if you consider what I did competing. I don't. Yep. Streamed 6 months ago at Wagner's Lanes in the complex. Yep, that's my home center right now. Actually, I kind of claim 2 of them, Wagner's Lanes and Bullwinkles, both of them in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. We only have 2 centers in our town, so I try to, share the love. So
Speaking of the devil, yeah, I know, but it's like
Condon finishes with a 129 here. It's been tough on this pair. You know, I think the highest game we've seen so far is maybe 220 or so. Of course, that kind of thing has a way of changing as the oil breaks down and these guys open up the shot a little bit. Yeah, that video only got 12 likes. We can give it a few more, you know? So 3 of the players just finishing up their 10th frames in game 3 here. There aren't a ton of people up here on the concourse just yet, which is good. Kind of keeps a lot of the area free for bowlers and their bags, and there are a ton of them, as you can imagine. These guys bring in 8, 10, 12, 15 bowling balls to an event like this, certainly not unheard of. Oh, all right. Liked it. Got up to 13. I wish YouTube would tell you if it got shared. Yeah, that would be good too. I feel like some of the other platforms are a little better at that, but no, I'll take it. Likes are good. If those of you who are watching this like what you're seeing so far, give it that thumbs up. Hit that like button. And if you're interested in bowling content, subscribe to the channel. You can hover over that little logo on the bottom right and click it. To subscribe, you need to have a Google account or a Gmail, and that certainly helps me out. But also, if you hit the notification bell, you can be among the first to know when we do live streams, post new videos. We do live streams just about every week. So there's certainly a lot of content to be seen, both from our past live streams and recorded videos and upcoming. I'm booked up on the show until early February so far, so yeah, Andy Mills finishes with 192. A lot of work for a 192. Yeah, but yeah. Yes, sir. Hey, Dawson, we are just finished up with game 3 on this pair. Some of the other pairs are still finishing game 3 here. And Life on YouTube X says personalized your stream too. See if we can switch over to the other side here. So right there on 6, you can see Paul Boberg shaking him out for a strike there. He needs to hit another one to get into the 160s. So, again, these are the standings after 2 games. Hopefully that's large enough for everyone to see. If you're looking for a particular player or just want to check out the standings as they go, they are posting them on the Med City Weekend Facebook page. Here's what it looks like, the Med City Holiday Weekend. And that's where you can find the up-to-date standings. And the guys on 7 and 8 are just about to start their 4th game here. So I'm going to switch back there. And that one I actually found my little my little graphic for. So I think we should be smooth sailing with those for the rest of qualifying here. Not bad. Hanging in. They say it's a tough pair. So the folks you're seeing off to the left are just finishing off their 3rd game. You can kind of see it on the scoring machines. The orange display is for game 3, and then the blue one is for game 4.
Water. Yeah, the water out of the tap. If you would have gave it to me out of the gun, it would have been different.
And here we go. Brandon Hasley starting things out. And you'll see Matt Kirkham off to the right on lane 8. Bill Luthner in this group. And as we mentioned, Chad Nelson, Brady Stearns, they're here as well. Yep, Tony Condon is posting those scores. He is the tournament director, so he's the one who's got the first look at them for sure. So here's Brady Stearns up on lane 8. He was in second place after the first two games, going 268, 201. Start out with a 2-8-10 here on lanes 7 and 8. Chad Nelson, you can see in the gray polo on lane 7. He is our tournament leader after 2 games. Went 266, 235 to start things out. And starts in grand fashion in game 4. Oh, so Life on YouTube X just sent Tony a message. Good deal. It's interesting that you've got the top 2 in this tournament so far in the same group. So everybody has started game 4 now, so I would imagine it's not going to be too much longer before we get standings after the first 3. Speaking with Al before the event, he was thinking that match play would start right around 3 o'clock. So that's the time I've got it scheduled for, but in the end, it'll start shortly after we're done here with qualifying. Somebody's watching, Brandon. No, appreciate it. Hey, and thanks to our new subscribers. Looks like I just got over 1,600, which is great. Love that. It all helps me create content and push it out to the bowling world and beyond. So thank you very much for that, all of you who have subscribed. And if you haven't, please consider it.
Good there. Yeah.
So Life on YouTube X says it does say 5 likes, 19 watching. Not bad. Not bad. We'll take it.
Almost to the point where you can look it up on bowl.com and there's nothing left. It says I got a sanction. I love your balls and your meat.
So in the 4th game of our qualifying here, you can see Brady Stearns up in his 3rd frame on the right on lane 8. And he buries the pocket for a double. Brady, as we mentioned earlier, is the champion of the Champions Pro Shop Open, which was the first jewel in this quadruple crown. Also has One of few sanctioned 900 series to his credit. And Life on YouTube X is all going to watch time. Yep, that's for sure. It all counts. So Life on YouTube X says that in the UK, they're the world champs of darts at the moment. So waiting for the evening of darts to start, hanging out to watch the bowling. That's great. We've got darts in a lot of these bowling centers here. I'm pretty sure I saw a dartboard or two in this place. Not that I dare to play because nobody needs to see that. Chad Nelson, the ringing 10 on 8. Chad, like many here today. Took part in the Champions Pro Shop Open in Owatonna in October. The first jewel of the quadruple crown.
I'll do my best.
As Chad Nelson, tournament leader after 2 games, hits his strike on lane 7. A Good morning to those of you who are tuning in. You're watching the qualifying of the holiday match games in Rochester, Minnesota at Colonial Lanes, part of the 2023 Med City Holiday Weekend, as well as the Quadruple Crown. Four more games of qualifying after this one, and they will cut to the top 16, who will get into a double elimination match play, which you'll see live here. It's on a separate link on the channel, but we will have that coverage live throughout the afternoon and probably into the evening. Get you caught up with the standings after 3 games of play. And remember, you can catch these on the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. Chad Nelson, who is on our live stream pair right now in the gray polo, has maintained his spot atop the field, plus 109 to lead the pack. Brady Stearns, who you see up on lane 7 right now, just behind him at 698, so just 11 pins back, plus 98. Victor Cortez at plus 40 is good for third. Hunter Diepenbrock at plus 36, and Jared Bushman, the defending champ, at plus 26 to round out the top 5. It's a 67 entry field with just one qualifying squad. So this is it. 8 games to see who moves on to our match play portion. They are paying out 17 spots, even though they're only taking the top 16 into the double elimination bracket. With a top prize of $1,700 for the winner here today. And, of course, all those points that go toward the quadruple crown. See if we can zoom in on that a little bit. There we go. Hopefully that's legible. Our live stream pair here on 7 and 8 has not been kind to the players. Really, the highest game we've seen here is about 220. So, good place to get what you can and move on. And after 3 games, again, right now the cut score is even. So make your spares. Catch a double now and then. And keep grinding. Brady's working on a double here. Gets the third one. He's got 76 through 4 with a 3-bagger up. See if we can zoom in on that a little more. Oop. That didn't work out so well. There we go. It's a little better. So Chad Nelson, our tournament leader, up on 7, trying to build on his lead, and that's not going to help. It just seems to be really tight on this pair. There's not a ton of miss room, and the guys who are striking are certainly earning it. And the ladies, too. So Chad went through the face for 4 and got them all. Wow. A 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. So with that conversion, Chad's got 111 through 6 with the spare up. So a possible 221 if he can run 5 in a row. Brady working on 3 in a row here on lane 7. And gets his 4th. So again, these are the top 2 bowlers in the tournament so far. Chad Nelson and Brady Stearns, and Brady's got a chance to leapfrog him if he can keep striking. Chad's lead at just 11 pins. So, still a lot of time, 4 games left after this one. So, kind of looking down at 1 and 2 where we'll have our next group come through. And among the bowlers that you will see in Game 5 are Trey Henriksmeyer, who started Game 4 in 15th place. Zach Andreessen, right behind him. He's also in that group. Now Brady looking for 5 in a row. And he got it. So we'll see his 10th frame on the left here on lane 7. Double up to get into the 250s. Chad can punch out for 209. And that'll help. Little Brooklyn hit. So we're on to the 10th frame. Brandon Hasley on the right and Matt Kirkham on the left. Hasley gets the first. He can strike out for 193.
Say that again. Yeah.
So Brady will be up after Matt here on the left lane. The chance at 256. But with the cut standing at even 200 after 3 games, those spares are certainly important. All right, so Brady Stearns has got the last 5 in a row, 76 through 4 with that 5-bagger up. This is his 10th frame. As we get into the noon hour here. Buries the first one. Life on YouTube X says it is 8 p.m. his time in the UK. Wow, got that 10 out there. So he'll be in the 250s, and this will certainly be enough to propel him past Nelson. We'll see when those standings come out if he's in the lead. But either way, a tremendous game on this pair, which has not seen many tremendous games. And got the last one. So 256 for Brady Stearns, who leapfrogs Chad Nelson. He's finishing here on 8. And he will be sub 200. No, he won't be. So, well, yeah. Yeah, he'd be at 199 if he picks up this split. But, yeah, that 256 with an open in the first. Easily the highest game we've seen on this pair through the first 4 games of competition. So a 195 for Nelson. But Brady Stearns putting on a show. 256, and that will move his total to plus 154. Oh, Life on YouTube X says that was for your next live tomorrow. It is 6 p.m. now. Gotcha. Okay. So we'll go to our other view here. And it looks like those folks have finished up with their 4th game as well.
I saw it as an absolute dud in practice.
How you doing?
So let's set it for the race. Number 1, number 2. Okay, I'll
Wait, what? What'd you say? I don't know what you said. I'm gonna get yelled at later for that. I guarantee it. Oh, she needed water. All right, that makes sense.
All right. So here comes our group for Game 5, which is coming up in just a moment here. We'll switch that over.
I think if I wrap 1 more 10 pin, I think I might just leave. How many 10 pins have I left today? I want to.
I left 2. Started this next 1 for 2.
I've left 8. I've made them all though. That's pretty good.
I've left 2. I'll take that.
Bro, I've left 8 10 pins. Yeah, and I've made all of them.
I missed 3.
I had the worst.
All right,
10 of my
here we
life.
go. Game 5,
Yeah,
starting out with Trey Henriksmeyer on lane 7 here. And slides by within a 1, 2, 4, 10. Trey is one of the juniors who is also bowling the adult event and planning to do the MJBT youth holiday match games tomorrow. Zach Andreessen, Brandon Merrill, Doug Updegraft among this group here that we'll see in Game 5. So here's our first look at Zach Andreessen. As he buries 10. Both Zach and Trey have made nationally televised appearances. Zach for a PBA junior event, I believe, a couple of year or two ago. And Trey took the PBA League Bowler Certification National Championship. I believe it's the Open Division title. And that got him a spot on FS1 for the LBC National Championship Clash. He's won a bunch of other events this year, and just a few weeks ago announced that he had committed to Wichita State University to continue his competitive bowling and his education. So Life on YouTube X wants to know your setup. You have both cameras, mic up, plus the one you're using. So I have, you could call it 3 cameras. There are 2 microphones here. So I've got 3 cameras, 2 microphones. One of those is just the laptop camera. See? That's where I am. Right there. But, yeah, 2 external cameras and 2 microphones. And a couple of opens to start things out for Trey. Kind of like when you're competing in something like this. For me, I'm kind of hyper-focused on this pair, 7 and 8, and haven't really seen what's been going on the other pairs. So although this pair certainly hasn't yielded many high scores, I'm going to assume the others are similar. Certainly haven't seen many high scores out there, but it turns out to be a tougher pattern, you know? Because many of these players, I mean, you could certainly make a case that they're among the best in the Midwest. So Life on YouTube X says he tries the two cameras, but find one to lag slower than the other camera. Yeah, I kind of struggle with that too because it's a lot for one. At least in my case, it's a lot for one machine to take. I've heard people say that you're supposed to put it on the ports on opposite sides of your computer or laptop. That's what I've done. And so far it hasn't been a problem, but some of that probably has to do with luck too, because yeah.
Starting to break down a little bit, huh?
A little bit. Yeah. Ooh. Tray goes right through the face for another split of 3, 4, 6, 7. Oh, you noted that the CPU fan can override. Yep. Got all 4. So Trey just went to grab a different bowling ball. And you could tell he was paying particular attention to see what Andreessen did on that last shot. He said, "This pair is really good." It's something. It is something.
Now that I got a beer in my mouth, and I have 2 strikes and a spare on camera.
They can't take it away from you.
That's right.
It's in the book.
What else you saying? What the hell, a double? I said, well, yeah, on camera. You know, it's pathetic for the do it in game 2. I could have right away. I mean, because, you know, I couldn't get that side. I think we were battling.
See, Al just shared the link to the stream on the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. Thanks for that. Certainly appreciate it. Different link for this afternoon's match play. You can find that on the channel. So let's see what Trey does on the right lane here. He's a little less than pleased with this pair so far. But still early in the game. You get a run going, save some pins. And make a run at that top 16.
I tried to buy him. Like I said, I tried to buy him the first one, but you didn't want me to. So as soon as you said we're doing it the rest of the way out, I said, okay, I want him. You got about 4 opens left. I do. I do. So do I. May be brown, but it tastes a whole lot better.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that this pair is just getting pretty ugly. But that'll happen. Yeah, you've got a lot of the higher rev players migrating pretty far left. And Trey connects. Has it been what? It has not been great. Six been good? Oh, I haven't. I'm not sure. It used to be better than, than 7 and 8. Yeah. So, yeah, like I said, focused on this pair, and I think my hunch was correct. All right, we've got our Game 4 standings updated here. Let's pull those up. Maybe make them a little bigger. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Brady Stern's on top as anticipated, plus 154. Got Chad Nelson at plus 104. Matthew Payne with a 235 last game to go up 60. Lucas Herzrud at plus 46. And Hunter Diepenbrock at plus 29. From there, you have Bushman, Cortez, Henriksmeyer, Andreessen, and Stellmaker. Terry McKinney's got the cut number right now at -7. So, not a lot of big scores out there. It's one of those events where you can, seems like you can ride a 230, 240 or two and possibly sneak in. We'll see. Again, you can see those scores up on the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. He's updating them after each game, so standings have been coming pretty quickly. Wow, Andreessen, that messenger on the 10. Nice double for him. Trying to make something out of this game, as a lot of these folks on this pair have been trying to do. I mean, even Stearns with that 256 had an open to start. So looking over at our next group, we'll have Josh Kennedy as a part of that group. On our live stream pair for Game 6, Aaron Novak. I think Dave Ullman is part of that group too. He was the runner-up in Owatonna at the Champions Pro Shop Open. So Zach Andreessen hits his third in a row. It's been a struggle on this live stream pair of 7 and 8. It's the 5th game of qualifying at the holiday match games at Colonial Lanes, Rochester, Minnesota. 3rd jewel in the quadruple crown. Big thanks to those of you who are watching live. Feel free to chime in on the live chat. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for. Those of you watching on replay, feel free to leave a comment. Let us know how we did. And a big thank you to Al Houston and folks here at Colonial setting things up, organizing this event, for allowing me to do this live stream here. Really appreciate it. After qualifying is over, we will have a bracket for the top 16, double elimination match play to determine a champion. And you can find that link right here on the channel. It'll be a different link for this afternoon's competition. Then tomorrow, the Youth Bowlers take over at the Youth Holiday Match Games, a Minnesota Junior Bowlers Tour event and a major at that. Yeah, there just have not been many scores on this particular pair. And you look up and down the house and haven't seen a ton of them anyway, but it's looking more and more like this pair in particular is playing just a little tougher than the rest. Wow, Zach Andreessen caught a nice break there on a light hit, toppled over the bucket for his fourth in a row. Doug Updegraft is working on a strike there, a ring 10. Oh, no, I'm sorry, he was not. That was Merrill working on the strike. No, Updegraft has struggled on this pair. He hasn't struck yet. A couple splits in there. Dawson wants me to tell Doug he sucks for him. Hey, Doug. Wait for a second. Nothing. Come around here. I want you to see this. Doug's right here. This is Dawson.
Dawson, break a leg.
Break a leg, Dawson, he says.
He's got nothing better to do on a Saturday.
I don't know if you could hear that. He said he's got nothing better to do on a Saturday, and what a loser.
So you can hear them when they talk, or what?
They can hear me.
They can hear you.
They could hear you too if you want to jump back here.
They can hear me.
It might have picked you up. I'm not sure. We'll find out in a minute.
Hope he falls off the tree again.
Oh man, too soon.
Is that too soon?
Maybe not.
Going back in March.
I don't know. Maybe.
Right out of my hand.
He said thank you. Ringing 10 for Andreessen. That's his 9th frame, so he can still double and get into the a little too teen if he gets all 3. And given the other folks on, what the other folks on this pair are doing, that's a pretty nice score. So Doug gets his spare, and he said thank you.
Thank you for telling my fall out of the tree.
I don't know.
I'm sure Zach can say some nasty shit about it. Dawson was ripping on me. On me. After I missed a 10-pin. I think that
It might have been.
I already looked at the standing, meaning a minus 150. That's all that tournament horizontal, that 64, that bracket challenge thing.
Okay. The March Madness. Yeah.
I hope I finished 64.
Yeah.
What the hell? Huh? What do you mean? No, but it's only 64 teams, or 64 bowlers bowl, so that goes to a bracket. 64. I think it's only 3 games that get into the bracket. I'm pretty sure.
So Trey getting nice and deep there to get a double in the 10th.
No win. Don't say lose. Come up with 64. No, 64 in the bracket, and then come all the way up.
If he can get this last one, he'll be at 153. He went to go find another bowling ball to take a shot at it. But yeah, on the on the Doug v. Dawson front, it'd be good to see Dawson here tomorrow. The little announcement about his future, kicking off the MJBT event here, the youth holiday match games, as Trey takes it off the sheet to get that 153. He'll look to get back in the plus column next game. This group will be out to 13 and 14.
Good.
And we'll pull up those standings after fourth game. It's tough to see from this vantage point, but I believe Brady has 155 through 8 with a strike up in the 9. That group is on 13 and 14. 235.
Yeah, I'm not going off camera. That's really shitty bowling again. I got our 3 sheets.
So Brandon Merrill will finish out his 10th frame. And man, of the 7 guys on this pair from that group, only one had 200. It is 200 on the nose. It's playing tough. I love this. Alex took a nap. He's really getting into that that non-tournament directing lifestyle. That's great. No, he deserves it, though. He put in the effort, helped secure lots of great sponsors for this event, and you can see the proof here.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, the thing with the glitches kind of has me stumped. I'm not sure why it's doing that. Not my favorite, that's for sure. But like I keep saying, hopefully it's not too distracting. Got our next group just about ready to start up their 6th game of qualifying here on 7 and 8. So again, you can see on the screens up top, the blue is the 6th game, and the purple, the result from Game 5. So our group for this next game includes Kiefer Newman, Dave Ullman, Aaron Novak, among others. See, and Katie Newman likes that. it's tough. I wanted to say that we'll get him here eventually, but it's hard to tell who's going to hit this pair and who isn't, so I'm glad he was one of them. So Novak, who is shooting on lane 8 at her spare, was one of the athletes who participated in the PWBA regional at Cedarvale earlier this fall. So Katie wants to know where she can find the Facebook group that's posting the scores. The Facebook group is called the Med City Holiday Weekend. I'll pull it up here so you can get a look. It looks like that. And they have done a really good job. Tony, in particular, has done a really good job of updating these scores. You can see standings through game 4 right now. And yeah, that's fair. Getting to watch the Ladies Bowl has been fun. Yeah, for sure. And they've been great. I mean, you know, Aaron, who's on the pair right now, Brooke Salzman. I saw a couple of others. But yeah, you bet. Thank you for your interest and for watching the stream. And I've been kind of flipping back and forth too, so we'll get those scores up after 5 once they are posted. So Dave Ullman, who is up on lane 7 in our left lane right now, he was the runner-up in the Champions Pro Shop Open. Trips a 4-pin to get strike in the first. He had a great run at the Champions Pro Shop Open. He's a runner-up there. Also is a regular competitor on the Central Bowlers Alliance events and the Midwest Senior Classic, which I believe has an event tomorrow. Yep, they've got one at Saxon. Sorry about the mess. So Novak moves left and buries one.
They're only doing 7 games. Oh, well, but still, that's pretty close. 7 games across 14 lanes. Yeah. Top 16.
So Shiloh Miller says shout out to Kiefer Newman, sending good vibes all the way from Colorado Springs. Appreciate you watching and cheering Kiefer on. I mean, it's a great time to make a run, really. You know, the cut score after 4 is -7, so plenty of opportunity. But 7 and 8 has also proven to be a really tough pair. And Novak hits a double. It certainly looks like the players that are succeeding, and there haven't been many, but the few that are really, really deep. It just doesn't seem to be a good look in that out of bounds on the right. Two more qualifying games after this one, and then we cut to the top 16. I'll move on to match play. That is a separate link, so be sure to go back to the channel and find that link for match play to see it live. Double elimination, they'll get down to a championship match, and that's kind of why we're situated here on 7 and 8, is because that's where the championship match is scheduled to be. Katie says, yikes, not going his way today. Yeah, it's been a tough one for him so far, but again, I mean, this game and 2 more, rattle off a couple big games, and you get yourself right back in it. Seems like the cut score has gone down a little game by game. And I'm sure we'll see some standings after game 5 in just a few minutes here. So Shiloh says, someone tell the guy in the orange pants his outfit is, and I don't know, was that an emoji? Maybe it was, just didn't translate. But the guy in the orange pants is Andy Mills from La Crosse, Wisconsin. And he was on our pair a few games ago. Now he's on 5 and 6. You can see him when he's up on 6. Ah, chef's kiss. Gotcha. In case you're not incredibly familiar with the channel, I do live interviews with bowlers every week, and Andy was actually on early in my run. If you go back through the archives, back through the live videos, you can see an interview with him probably from about 3 years ago. He discussed that stuff, his bowling story. And it was a great conversation. I'll try and get the word to him, though. Katie says she loves the commentary and the live stream, and thanks for both. Well, thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. And thanks to Shiloh for her support, for the support. No, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad to have the opportunity. And it was really thanks to Al Houston and his vision for these events. He contacted me early in the year, wanted to have this particular weekend live streamed, and yeah, we made it happen. I'm going to see if I can get Andy's attention. Andy. You get Andy? Yeah. Andy Mills. The guy in the orange. Just get his attention for me. Here he comes.
You're a hot commodity. I mean, I'm something. Is that a female? Chef's kiss. What's that mean? Oh, I like that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
he likes that. See?
Oh, thank you, Philly.
Oh, he says thank you.
Oh, tell her to keep watching. I got my high game going.
Keep on. He says keep watching because he's got his high game going so far. So Mills, who just implored Shiloh to keep watching. It was off camera, but he just made the chef's kiss gesture after that strike. Oh. His name is nope. His name is Mills with an M. Andy Mills. Yep. And I should also mention, I mean, the orange outfit is not anything that's, unsurprising or anything like that. I mean, or is a surprise, I should say. He wears a lot of colorful outfits. That's kind of his thing. And he's a tremendous bowler. I mean, he's won some really big events and always in the running in tournaments like this. So there's a crawl up on the scores that says minus 27 after 5 games, and I'm assuming that's the cut score. It was minus 7 after 4, so it's coming down. And Shiloh says all the great athletes have their own style of quirky outfits. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point. And it's like you always know when he's in the field, too, in one of these things because he stands out. So Shiloh asks, where is this event being held? It is in Rochester, Minnesota at Colonial Lanes. And this is the venue for 2 tournaments. Today is the adult holiday match games, and then tomorrow is the youth holiday match games. And we will have live streams of both. You can find the links on the channel. And there are a few in here who are bowling both of them. Got a couple of youth bowlers in this field, and if they end up cashing in the event, then the money that they win is converted into smart funds, which are basically limited to scholarship. They can pay for college and things associated with the cost of college. Not every adult event is like that, but this one is, and fortunately for them and for us, really, we get to see them competing. So here are the updated scores through 5 games, and as that little crawl on the scoring machines said, the cut score is minus 27, and that's Eric Egan. You can see his total right there. Shot 258 in the last game to get there. Brady Stearns still holding on at plus 158. He's got pretty decent lead over Lucas Hersrud, who's gone 220, 220, 230 in the last 3 to get to plus 79. Matt Payne at 74 up is in the 3rd position right now with Chad Nelson at plus 50, Nick Heileman at plus 30. Then from there, you've got Terry McKinney, who rattled off a 223 in the last game to go plus 16. Phil Stellmaker, Victor Cortez, Zach Andreessen, and Nate Waldhauser rounding out the top 10. So, yeah, that cut score just keeps coming down. And again, you can find these score updates on the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. Tony Condon, the tournament director, has done a great job of keeping those standings coming, pumping them out to social, and really making it easy for me to relay that message to those of you watching the live stream. So, so give it one of these. Give it a like. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. So Novak's got a nice look on this pair. Struck 4 out of the last 5 frames.
Dave has no words.
So, looking down at 1 and 2, which is the group that will end up on our live stream pair for Game 7. Brandon Mooney, part of that group, the head coach from the UW Whitewater bowling team. Phil Stellmaker's in that group. And you'll see them in the next game. Brandon is down 43, so he's certainly within striking distance here to get back in this thing and possibly make the cut.
That was very Josh Dobbs-esque. Where on earth do you think a grounding penalty at best there?
So Josh Kennedy, who just picked up that spare, one of the ones who's really trying to play that out of bounds on this pair. He's at minus 109 after 5, but again, with the cut score being 27 under, he's certainly not out of it. No. That's tough. It seems like a lot of people have ended up leaving splits and washouts when they've missed just a little bit. And it's hard. It's disheartening. Seen a couple pocket 710s on this pair, and it just makes it tough to make a run. So Dave Ullman working on a strike in the 8th. He's got 134 through 7 with that strike up. And aced it. And when a 5-pin is left, the hands go up. And nicely done. Went hard and straight at it. So Kiefer Newman heading into his 10th frame. He's had a rough go on this pair with last 4 opens. And crosses over and leaves the 5-pin. It's tough. I know Katie and Shiloh are pulling for him. See if he can fill this frame. And oh, I'm sorry, I said 5-pin. Looked like a 5-pin from my vantage point, but it was it was a 3-9. But either way, he covered it up. So we'll see if he can finish strong in his fill ball and move on from there. There you go. Got his strike. Yeah, Katie says he's trying and donating money to the winners at this point. Hopefully he'd laugh at that. Yeah. Happens, you know. Happens to the best of us. But, you know, either way, it's cool that he came out here and competed. You know, 66 others. And his mom and dad say, "Go Keefe," and are watching from Green Bay. All right. Yeah, Green Bay is a nice town. I lived there for about 8 months or so in the 2000s, 2006. Yeah, 2006 and 7. So I'm going to pull him over here so at least he can see what you guys said. You've been the talk of the stream this whole time.
I don't know why.
Because your fans are here.
I guess so.
Yeah.
No, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
If only the good comments could bring me some good bowling the last 2 games, it'd be nice.
There you go.
Yep.
Yeah. No, that's Kiefer Newman. I should at least let him say hello. I mean, you guys have been chatting him up this whole time, but it's been any way you slice it, it's been really tough on that pair.
Definitely. Yeah. Wish I would have, left a few balls at home that I probably could have brought, but yeah.
All right.
Not used to going this far left.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Well, it's cool that you competed. There's
Definitely.
a large field here, which is great.
Yeah.
And it looks like everything's been running pretty smooth.
Oh,
too.
definitely. No complaints about this tournament.
Cool.
It's been awesome. Outrun's a great tournament.
Yeah,
definitely.
for sure.
Yeah.
Cool. I don't want to take up too much of your time. I know you've got some more to bowl. So
Thank you. No, I appreciate
go
it.
make a run.
Yeah, thank you.
Good to see you. There you go, Keith Newman. Yeah. So he's off to 13 and 14 now. And I want to turn the camera around to catch the end of Dave Ullman's game. You saw in the standings, he is he's in the cut. -7. He had been coming off a 240 game. There you go. Thank you, Katie. Glad you guys enjoyed that. So Ullman is working on 4 in a row here. And his fill ball. He can come out of here with 224 with a strike. And that's a good place to leave that, 223. So nice game for him on a very difficult pair.
Still watching. Tell her I'll be back in 6 minutes.
There you go. See? Andy Mills shot 244 that game and said he hopes you're still watching, Shiloh. So that'll get Ullman back into the plus column. And as we get into Game 7 here, we'll catch the updated standings and find out where that puts him. And these are after 5. So you can see that the cut line, Eric Egan at -27. And a lot of guys within striking distance here with 2 games to go. So while we wait for the next group to come, Katie says she'll let Shiloh know. Great job, Andy. It must be the pants. I think it could be the pants. So while they're finishing up, we'll spin things around here, get you into our live stream booth here. Welcome to everyone, and thank you for joining us live. Really appreciate it. It's the Bowling with the Fef channel here at the Holiday Match Games, Rochester, Minnesota, at Colonial Lanes. And a big thank you to Al Houston and Tony and the folks here at Colonial who are running this thing for allowing me to get in here and provide this live stream of the tournament here. It it means a lot to me. He said, or just skill. Yeah, Katie, I think there is some skill there for sure. But no, either way, I'm sure he appreciates it. One of the things I wanted to mention, while we're here, is about one of our previous guests, Lenny Borish. He had posted on Facebook last night about some health challenges that he's having. Lenny is a recent PBA Hall of Famer. He is really one of the best to ever do it in Wisconsin. had a chance to meet him for a little bit at the World Series of Bowling in Milwaukee this past year. Couldn't have been nicer. And I know he was watching the bowlers. I was watching the bowlers through a camera lens, but he took the time to say hello, which I really appreciated. And he's, like I said, going through a health struggle right now. And to him and his family, just want to let you know that I am certainly thinking about you. I know a lot of the folks in the bowling community, probably here at the tournament, also have you on their mind. And we're just pulling for you. Lenny, hoping you'll fight the good fight through this and get well and recover as soon as possible. It's great having Lenny and people like Lenny in this sport, and just hope for the best for him. So here are the scores through 5, and we'll have updates as we go here. Tony's been really good about posting those to the Facebook page, the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. You can find that on Facebook, and those score updates as well. We'll get the camera back on our live stream pair as the group for Game 7 just getting ready to start out here. And again, a big thank you to all of you who are watching live. If you like what you see, fan of bowling content, here's a way that you can see some more. Subscribe to the channel. I know, it's a weird look on my face, but I'm hoping that helps me get to 2,000 subscribers. Hover over that logo in the bottom right. Hit the subscribe button. You just need to be logged into your Google account or Gmail if you prefer. And hit that notification bell. You can be one of the first to find out when we go live or post recorded videos. Bowling with the Pfeff is a 3-year-old side hustle, I guess you could say. I'm a full-time professional marketer, but but on the side, I do some of this live streaming stuff, and we do a weekly show. We have great guests from all walks of life in the bowling community, and here's one of them. Al Houston.
How we doing?
We left him in
the
same condition that we found him.
I got less hair on my face.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Got a nap in?
Yeah, I got my nap in.
All right.
Yep, non-tournament director life.
I was telling them you earned it.
Yep.
I mean, after all that running around, you didn't know a ton.
Well, I had to work 10 days straight to get this weekend off to do
There you
this.
go.
So
And
Saturday's kind of like an enjoyment day.
Okay. I know these people appreciate it. They wouldn't have shown up if they didn't. And I'll tell you, this pair, 7 and 8, has really been tough on a lot of these bowlers. We saw Brady Stearns come through with a 256. Dave Ullman just got done shooting a 220. And other than that, it's been tough sledding.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I've heard from a few people that it's this pair in particular
Oh, yeah?
that's tougher than a lot of them across the house, which, to that, we'll say get used to it because the championship match is scheduled for this pair.
It ain't going away anytime soon.
That's right.
That looks like the cut line's around minus 30 is what it looked like.
Minus 27
Okay.
after the 5th game. So we'll see what happens, what it comes out to be after game 6. Tony's done a great job putting those standings sheets up online. And for those of you looking for them, you can find them on the Med City Holiday Weekend Facebook page. That's where I've been putting them up from. So if you check that out, you'll get them as fast as I do. Probably faster because I'm kind of toggling between two screens. But anyway, here's our next group for Game 7. Among them,
Yeah, I sent some of my friends a couple snaps of me watching the live stream on my couch.
Is that what
They got-
Brandon was
yeah,
showing me?
yeah,
Oh,
they're gonna kick out of that.
Yeah. No, Devin Pearson in this group, Kehoe, and Brandon Mooney, who was one of our previous show guests and head coach at UW Whitewater, joining us here on 7 and 8. He's certainly not out of it.
No, I saw it looked like he was kind of on that number.
Yeah.
A lot of guys in that little group, but then there's a lot of guys that are like 100 back, but one good game kind of creep back into it. And
Yep.
I don't think the cut line's going up anytime soon.
Right. It seems to have been inching down
Yeah,
game by
yeah.
game.
People are catching those 150, 140 games,
Yep. For sure. So we haven't seen a lot of lefties come through here, and I think that's just kind of how it's been working out. But Brandon's pretty much up the track with that urethane ball. And maybe you can help me with this gentleman on the right.
Derek Kranke's from Stewartville,
Okay,
mold in the Jared Bushman coached high school bowling team.
there you go.
Yeah, very good high school team through the years. They just won the state championship this year. So, yeah, a lot of good bowlers out of Stewartville. I like his shirt. He looks classy. We got 5 frames Phil on lane 7, it looks like.
Yep.
Looks like Stella, he's kind of in the cut line, it looks like.
Yeah, he's right up there too. Yeah, he's well in it. 7th place after 6,
Oh, yeah.
or after 5 rather.
I want to look at that one.
Yeah. Here I'll pull it up on the screen so everybody can see. But
Yeah, so about 7th is about even, or what, 9's even, and then it dips down to about 2,700. That's a pretty tight gap there between, like, really, you look at 5th to about almost 20th almost. There's a lot of people right in that area right there. So
yeah,
looks like there's going to be a lot of moving up and down if I had to guess.
50 pins separating 5th and 20th.
Yeah.
Which is not a lot when it comes down to it. Can't do it, Jared. Well, I suppose you can over there, as long as I don't put that camera up.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, I got it.
And it's not just because I'm a Packers guy. I'd say the same thing if it was a Packers game, begrudgingly, but I'd say it. All right. So Kehoe, I know, was in the Champions Pro Shop Open.
Yep. See, you got Zach Condon coming up here on lane 8. He's Condons. They're a celebrity family in the Rochester area.
Okay.
It's about 20 of them, and they all bowl. So that'd be like Tony's brother's kid here.
Oh, yeah.
Behind us. Yep, that'd be
Okay.
Mark Condon's son.
Katie says that's awesome that Jared's a coach.
Yeah. Yep.
So, expert coach, defending champion.
Yeah. He's not the head coach
Mustache
anymore,
wearer.
but yeah. Well, mustache does look good.
Yeah.
I almost thought about while I was shaving, maybe I should do the mustache, but I was like, I better let him have all the glory and fame.
Yeah. I mean, you can
Oh,
let that run its course. Maybe, 6-7 weeks you can grow
oh
in it.
yeah. Oh, we got Lucas right here. Looks like he's been crushing it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really made a nice move up the standings. He's in second right now.
A couple 220, 220, 230.
Yeah. So I want to make sure I'm refreshing so we can get the new scores up once they're out there.
Yeah, I got a message from Lucas at about 12:30 a.m. last night. He was looking for Dawson's garage code because they're flying back from the Dominican Republic right now, and they said it was okay if him and Brady Gufson stayed at their place, but they didn't have the garage code. But luckily, our good friend Tegan back here, he was able to hook him up with the code, so they got in.
There you go. But yeah, that line he's playing very similar to where Brady was when he was on this pair. It looked like Zach Andreessen had a decent look from in there. Trey was starting to find it right in the 10.
Yep.
So yeah, right around, 5th, 6th arrow.
Yep.
Kind of where you got to be.
It's kind of just a tight line right there. You don't want to get it too far right still, it looks like,
Yeah.
Definitely not playing the whole lane. Ooh. Sound like most of the people I know. I even shaved for you. Took a break. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep. No, they don't.
They do not.
Stella here, he's trying to make his first match games cut. He's in the mix. He's bowled at, Rochester area guy, so it's a big weekend for him. So we've been talking about that over these last couple of weeks. He's just like, just the one tournament I want to make, So
in 2024,
he stuck to his curfew last night.
He's coming on the show.
Yeah,
2024.
2024.
Yep.
Awesome. I like to hear that.
Watch for that.
I like to hear
I'll
that.
be hitting you up for the dirt.
Oh, good. Good. The intel, that's what we call it. The intel.
Yeah. Not dirt.
There's never any dirt on us.
Right. Yeah. There you go. So the 7th out of 8 qualifying games, 8 qualifying games, I should say, this morning. Very similar format to the youth event, which is coming up tomorrow. They'll have 7 qualifying games instead of 8, and then they'll go on to a double elimination match play, just like we'll have this afternoon for the adults. So you've got 16 making the cut.
Yep.
And they'll be spread out.
Yep.
Pretty much.
2 on a pair and
okay. So
double elimination. Yep. Survive the cut, and then the real tournament starts.
That's right. Yeah.
I made it 1 year. I made the cut 1 year. Probably bowled it 7-8 times. I made it 1 year. I was about -90 after 4 games. Proceeded to finish about 50 plus after 8. Snuck into the 15th spot and then lost both my matches. That's all right.
That's
made a show. Dan Bach Owatonna Hall of Famer, Minnesota State Hall of Famer, Dan Bach. He's got a singles eagle, but he beat me the first match, and I think it was Nick. I think it was Andy Mills. I can't remember. It's one of those. I think it was Hilliard Miller. He knocked me out, but I was just happy to be there,
Sure. And no shame
And I was just taking it all
Taking
in at
one.
that point. Yeah.
to those guys. Yeah.
Yep.
And a single game match goes so fast. I don't think people really understand it unless they're in it,
Yeah.
because it's like all it takes is like an open or a bad shot, and it's like everything, all the momentum can tilt.
Right.
So yeah.
That's cool because Tony here, kids are helping him, so it's son and daughter. So family day
Yeah.
at the bowling alley. It's cool. They come back and help them every year.
They're doing fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, they're dialed
Kudos
in.
to them.
Yep.
Tell you what, you mind flying solo for a minute? I'm
Yeah.
gonna go.
Yeah. Sounds good. Absolutely. I got you. Oh, there's Eric Egan striking down on lane 9. He just shot 250 game to put himself back in the mix. He's right around that 16th spot. Oh, not quite. Nope. Yeah, so the next, so after this, the final crown is at Southway in St. Cloud. So that'll be the fourth crown of the Large Society Quadruple Crown. Right now, we have Jared Bushman leading it. I got Brady Stearns in second and Bradley Hunt in third. I'm going to bring it up here really quick. There we go. Here we go. So basically how the points work for it is the first event was the Champions Pro Shop Open. The second event was the Lacrosse Open. The third last number for the cut line, 27 under. Yeah, minus 27. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go up at all, Yeah, I'm thinking 40, 50. No. They're not. It doesn't look like they're opening up to the right at all. Doesn't look like they're opening up to the right at all. Yeah. I was going through here and I was explaining to everybody about how this quadruple open.
Oh yeah.
Actually, it'd be cool. You could bring that up here if you go to that.
The point standings.
Yep. Oh, here we go. So I was explaining to people a little bit how it works. So like I said, this is the third event of the quadruple crown, the Large Society Quadruple Crown. The first event was Champions Pro Shop in Owatonna. The second event was the Lacrosse Open in Lacrosse. This is the third one here in Rochester, and the last one is at Southway. We're going to Jason Hansen Setter up in St. Cloud. So what it is during qualifying, you get points during qualifying and how you finish. How you qualify, the top 25. So if you're like lead, you get actually it's 24 points. It goes all, or no, it's 25 points. It goes all the way down to 1. So if you get second, you get 24 points and so on, right? And then how you finish, you get triple the amount of your qualifying points.
Yeah.
So the max you can get every tournament's 100 points. So right now, 2 of our events are completed. And right now, like I said, Jaron Bushman is leading. He's got 170 points. Now the top payout for that is $1,000, and it's just kind of an added perk. There's no side entry to do it. All you gotta do is bowl the events. You got to bowl at least 3 of them. Yeah. So Bushy is leading at 170. We got Brady's not that far behind him. I'd say he might even make up a little ground with the way he's qualifying today.
Sure.
Second place 750. We got Bradley Hall 149. Matt Payne is in 4th with 113, and Ryan Burr is 5th with 102. And it kind of goes down from there. We're paying 15 spots. 15th pays 100. Like I said, it's just a bonus perk.
Yeah. No, that's awesome, and it's really a testament to the work that you've been doing behind the scenes to, kind of beef up those sponsorship dollars.
Yeah, it's mostly like people it's mostly Nick Hammond. Nick Hammond likes to send me random messages at random times just to give me ideas because he knows I'll do them.
Right.
Like they like to make it so I can't sleep. I'll sit at home all night. It's like the Terry Haas syndrome. You stay up all night and you can't sleep because you got ideas in your head.
That's why you got a nap during the morning.
Yeah, I had to. Yeah, I had to.
Yeah, no, that's really cool. Nick, when I was setting up early this morning, he said, "Oh, this is for the Supercross Fantasy live stream, right?"
Yeah.
Right.
I'm very anxiously waiting for the flyer to come out.
Yeah.
Rumor has it I'm going to be on the flyer to advertise it.
Ooh,
so we'll see. We'll see. I'm a little bit worried. I heard some people have sent oddball pictures of me, so I'm not sure what picture of me is going to be on the flyer. Might be me in a Mario hat. I'm not sure.
Yeah. All right. So Brandon pushes 10 back. He's got an interesting style when he takes it back.
Yeah, it kind of does.
hand
Got a
kinda
little
goes
movement in
front
his
of it,
hand. Yeah.
But then it all
Gets
makes
back.
sense at the end.
Yeah.
Brandon is another one who has been on the show before. I'd tell you the episode number, but it escapes me. There have been too many of them. But, yeah, he was number 99. So I'll toss that link in chat. Be sure to check it out after our live streams are over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Brandon had just gotten that gig when we had him on. So he talked a lot about what it was like to succeed Sean Walker.
Yeah, big shoes to fill.
National championship, yeah. But they've done well. They really have these last couple of years.
What do you think you are?
What? The big time. What's going on? No, I'm just hanging out with the Fef here, live streaming. Yep. Got the YouTube channel. He's got a YouTube channel.
I had to come and see this. I've been here since 1980.
Oh, Stonemaker caught a nice break there.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's cool. I mean,
I didn't recognize
a lot of newer people.
but the older ones, I recognize their names, but I should have.
Yeah.
They got old. Andy Mills for one.
Oh, yeah.
I knew right away all over.
Yep. Oh, yeah, you can't miss him.
And you can see
I thought I
Kehoe
heard your voice back there.
nice and deep on that left lane. He'd probably be
Yeah, it's going good.
in front of the ball return or at least right up against it, and he makes it count.
Yep. I was cool if you're still helping them. Yeah.
Even when they were little.
Rain in here. Good shot.
Oh, are you broadcasting or what?
Yeah.
So,
live streaming.
Condon
Yep.
imploring that ball to hook. It's
Yeah, you can go on
tough
and
sledding
watch
when
it.
you go
I took a nap in a little
off to the right like that because it just does not climb the hill.
I had it on my TV and on the YouTube, and it's kind of cool. It's really cool.
Oh, you got a good turnout.
Yeah, real good turnout. A lot of really good bowlers. Almost full.
Not quite, huh?
It's getting along with it. There's a lot of years this tournament wasn't getting a lot of entries.
I know.
I was worried it wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
All right, so we're going to get into the
Outside
standings after 6 games. Those were just released here on the Facebook page, and as you can see, Brady Stearns just keeps chugging right along at 257 in game 6 to go up by more than 100. He is at plus 215 and head and shoulders above the rest of the field. Lucas Herzrud, who you see here on lane 7 right now, he's the gentleman in the black shirt who's just getting ready to throw first shot of his 6th frame, is at plus 70. Chad Nelson at plus 30. Matthew Payne at plus 27. And Dave Ullman at plus 16 round out the top 5. From there, it's Nick Heileman, Zach Andreessen, Jake Bedard, Eric Egan, Terry McKinney, rounding out the top 10. McKinney at minus 8. Again, we're cutting to 16, and right now in 16th is Brent Newman at minus 37. So that cut score has dropped another 10 pins. But just really impressive what Brady Stearns is doing, just really lapping this field.
Oh, he lost. We found it again.
Well, I went in and I said I want the smart photo. And it popped up and then I could click on it. I don't know if I can ever get in it again.
Right now he is on 5 and 6.
I got to be able to send stuff to the.
Yeah.
So I don't know when they have the tournament and they got, scholarship money.
Yeah.
I got to figure out how to get in to do that.
And I mean, even this game, he's got 105 through 5 with a double up. Just absolutely humming right along.
As Lane, she's the league secretary here. She's been doing it since 1980.
Oh, wow.
And and then on top of that, she's like 82 or 83, 84, and still works 2-3 days a week and keeps her going,
Yeah.
Dear friend.
I don't know if anybody's going to catch Brady Stearns.
No,
before
I
match
don't think
play.
so. He's going to lap everyone.
Yeah. He put up 257 last game. Looks like he's working on what could be another big one here.
Yeah, he's almost got a 200 pin lead on second.
Yep.
Oh, this is 6 games now?
This is the new one. This is 6
We got
games.
Brent's out. Brent kind of came back with the 240. Oh, it's close. It's close.
Yeah. Yeah, and that cut score has gone down another 10 sticks.
Yep. Well, it looks like about 40 under now.
So, but yeah, other than Brady, there is not a ton of wiggle room really for the rest of them.
I mean, anyone you can go $160, $160, or $150, $150, and still miss it.
Sure. You can see Brady up in the 8th frame on the left side of your screen. He's the one up on lane 6. And
Just a
smacking
good
out
amount
the
of
10,
touch
just-
and just gets it to get through the pins.
Yeah. So I'd assume that basically once the qualifying ends, it's basically just enough time to kind of get scores tabulated, and then we go right into match.
Yeah, pretty much. We dive in pretty fast, 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Sure.
Draw the board up quick and
So this is when you tell me what the best thing to order is
oh,
in between those shifts so I can wolf down something good.
well, I got the chicken poppers on sale for $10 and they're actually pretty good,
They're
but
good. All right.
you really can't go. They got these Wagyu beef burgers here. They're pretty good. I mean, you can't go wrong with a burger here.
I like the idea of the chicken poppers.
A little
because
lighter.
I can eat it with a fork and not get it all over myself.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Man, then it looked like a good shot from Lucas Herzrud on the right there, and it just jumped up a little bit, and
Yep.
now you got to split.
Ooh. I talk about a goofy swing. Brandon here on lane 6. He kind of has all the rotation in his, but he just gets under it and he, has a lot of success regardless. I couldn't get it back to the same spot every time if I did that.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm pretty sure that I was in MJBTs around the same time that Matt Kirkham was. And he's converted from traditional one-handed thumb in to two-handed.
Yeah, he's kind of one of those guys that kind of had a lot of wrist rotation too, and I think it just kind of took a toll on the wrist and converted to two-handed so he didn't have pain in the wrist.
There you go.
But yeah, very, very good high school player, very good young, adult player, and still a good player,
Sure. Wouldn't be out here if he wasn't.
Yeah. Oh, Devin's got a 4-bagger here, so we got a good shot there. He's one of the guys on our traveling team.
Okay. From Owatonna or
Rochester guys. Yep.
Gotcha.
I was like Phil and Brandon. They got the matching jerseys. So anybody like that travels on our Larson Siding team.
Okay.
Eric here on lane 9. He's one of the guys on our traveling team. Looks like he made a big jump. Looks like he's in the top 10 now. Yep. He's a good two-hander, but he's one of those kids that got a lot better after high school. Like, good high school player, but got a lot better the couple of years after high school. Really worked on the game and started getting a little smoother. He used to hop all over the place, and now he's had a lot of success. He I want to say he took like 9th last year in the match game, something like that. He made the cut last year.
And he's currently in 9th.
Yeah.
So 250, 220.
Yeah, worked his way to get in there.
So Chad's going to have a nice game here and
Yeah.
get himself back up the leaderboard.
Here's me and Briley's newest project. You gotta hear about this, Fef. Now
Okay.
this is Briley texting me at 9:45 on Tuesday night because he knew I didn't want to sleep, so that's when he would text me. And we're working towards having a Owatonna versus Rochester competition.
Oh, cool.
Now I'm Team Rochester captain. I'm Rochester guy. You know, I might work in Owatonna, but I'm a Rochester guy.
Okay.
He's Team Owatonna captain, but it sounds like Chad Nelson is on Team Owatonna.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he's gonna represent Team Owatonna. It's gonna be like a Ryder Cup style event,
okay.
and we're looking at maybe
Like
adding.
alternate shots or
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're taking 10 from each town,
okay.
and there's gonna be team doubles and singles. There'll be 3 competitions, and everybody does every competition. And basically, what it is the teams like Baker style, right? And you draw one of the teams on the opposing team, and that's the team you're playing. And if you win that match, you get an X amount of points for your Team Owatonna, right?
Okay.
Or Team Rochester, right? And then like you got 10 guys, right? And all 10 guys bowl every event. So in doubles, you know, each double pair plays a doubles pair from Owatonna and Rochester, right?
Okay.
And each one, if you win that match, I think it's 2-game total or something we're like looking at, you get X amount of points for your team. So something we're still developing, you know.
Okay.
You know, it gets my brain turning.
Yeah, that sounds
You
fun.
know, yeah. I got a couple recruits here already too. I got Rob Donner. He committed to Team Rochester, and I got Jared Bushman. He's committed to Team Rochester. So
Okay.
we're working on developing a solid unit.
That's a nice
Yeah,
looking team.
yeah. And I know Bradley. I think Bradley's got Ryan Burr too. So it's
Okay.
gonna be talents all around.
Yeah.
We're working on maybe getting a Mankato team. We probably could do 3 or 4 teams. Just the rules are basically you have to bowl league there. You have to be within 15 miles of that town, or you've had to bowl youth high school bowling in that town. If
Okay.
you do one of those 3, you're eligible for that team.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's kind of just a friendly town competition that I really don't want to lose at.
No, that's cool. I like that idea.
Yeah, we're looking at Mankato. I've been trying to get Heilman to get a lacrosse team, but I think he's a little intimidated by us. I think that's what it is. I'm
Right,
not
that must be
100%.
it.
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
You only can strike if you look away.
Oh, hard night.
Yeah, you watch these guys just pack them and leave a solid 8 or solid 9, and you just feel for them because you know
Well,
those good shots are so hard to come by.
you know, and this place is known for not having the friendliest carries. That's
Yeah.
kind of the reputation. So when you make them a little tough, they're always a little bit tougher yet, no matter what.
Sure. Yeah. All right, so Brady just shot a 10 pin, picked it up, 214 in the 9th, spare up in the 10th. You'll see his fill ball on lane 6 there off to the left. Strikes, he's got 234, and he's probably still gaining on the rest of the pack.
It's the Brady Stearns show.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think last year Andy Mills led the field,
Okay.
but then he heard something and had to drop out after the first round. That's when he initially hurt himself. He had to take a little time off.
Sure. Okay. Yep.
There we go.
Rolling right along.
Just a 230.
And you can kind of see lane 5. That's that's where you'll see Chad Nelson's ball go down the lane. He can strike here and be in the 250s. So the 10 pin, pick that up and gets 248, which is still a whale of a game.
Another big cover. Stella's one of those bubble guys. One of those bubble guys. Every shot right here matters for him.
Sorry, I swore. My bad.
So, I mean, even here, and I know you've got, guys like Chad and Brady, but 234, you're going to have a 220 perhaps, 248, 196, and then you look at 7 and 8, and
7 8, there's nothing going on there.
Yeah.
Survival of the fittest.
Right. Yeah, I mean, 190, 2-0 is a great game.
Yeah. Honestly, historically, 7 8 have been a tough pair at Colonial Lanes.
Really?
Historically, it's a well-known thing, so
Okay.
it's a perfect pair to have the finals on.
Yeah. Yeah. And I feel like that shot that Kehoe just threw might have struck like a game ago.
Yeah.
And now even that inside part's kind of starting to burn up a little bit.
Hi, Mark. I didn't see me. It's hard for me to focus at stuff like this because I got so many friends bowling, you know?
They're all in the same place.
Yeah. That's the real reason I throw these tournaments. It's just so I make my friends come see me.
That's
Yep.
good a reason as any.
Yep.
Yeah.
Greg?
So the next group we're going to see over here, I can see Jason Cragen over there.
Oh, we got Ryan Kilnan's coming down here the next match. He's on my golfing bowl team.
Okay.
Yep. They haven't kicked me off the team yet.
Jared Bushman
Yep.
in that group.
Yeah, I saw that Dawson and Upty here were throwing daggers at each other. I was sitting home and watching on my couch when you and Dawson were talking to each other on the live stream. I had to go get a nap in.
Here. Go man by. You want in? You're in. Who cares? You're in. We're back on camera. Is this your ass again? Is this being video?
Yeah, this is a live stream pair. Yeah.
The last game, he actually went ahead of me in standings because of it. I didn't know if you got maybe check that for me. Yeah. But I didn't hate being an asshole.
Oh,
This whole quadruple thing or whatever.
yeah, I'll talk to Nick about it. I'll have to.
And just see if it was written down into 250.
Yeah.
Something like that. It was something like that.
I'll talk to Nick.
Yeah, just see.
Yep.
It was not me. I wasn't even there with mine. So you can't even blame me.
Yeah, let me know this stuff sooner though.
It's just all everybody knows.
Yeah, they know it's all. This is all public knowledge now. Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything else from Upti to bring it up here on the live stream. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. No, you got a fair point. I'll talk to Heilman about it. We'll double check.
Crafty. He knows it's going to be
Yeah,
on YouTube
yeah,
forever.
that's all right.
Yep.
That's all
Very
right.
crafty. I like that.
That's a camera strike, Mark.
So it's game 7 on 7 and 8. They're just finishing up, and game 8.
Oh, a
5
couple
and
big
6.
strikes for Phil there. Just hanging around the bubble.
Yeah.
On 7 and 8, the tough pair, double in the 10th, 2
2
O's.
That's
That's a
nice
big
game.
one, game
Yeah.
7, and on the bubble. So if I had to bet, if you shoot 2-0, you're more likely to stay in your position than if you know what I mean.
Sure. Boom. Nice
There you
finish.
go. There you go. Good finish, Phil.
Thank you.
See, he wanted to give me some good highlights to show while he's on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Phil, I heard you're a confirmed guest on Bowling with the Fef.
Oh, I keep forgetting to send you pictures.
Oh, you got some.
That's okay. We got video now.
I'll-
Even better.
Oh, I'll send him the pictures, Phil. Don't worry.
Thanks, Al.
Yeah. Oh, it's Colonial Lanes. Nobody can, except for Brady Stearns. I think it's harder tomorrow.
2:15 after 6. Yep. And he shot 2:30, I think that was.
Oh, he's got it. What's that? Where you at right now, then, Dakota? It's not out of it. Get to like 60 and hope for the best. Ah.
All right, so here we are, the final game of qualifying.
Let's see.
It's T7i. Or no, T7.
That was my starter camera.
Yeah?
Nice camera for keeping it simple.
Yeah. And I need to keep it simple.
Well, so do I. But I found this 6D.
Yeah.
$350. There's $350 on it.
That's a great deal. Yeah. No, we had a guy who was checking us out from the UK. We were talking a little live streaming because that's kind of his thing too. And I hope I didn't get too far in the weeds, but whatever. The bowling was on. So.
Oh yeah, the bowling's on. I mean, it's hard to stay engaged on the bowling scores during qualifying. This is the best time just to hang out and just kind of see how it's going, and then all of a sudden match play starts, and that's where the action happens.
Yeah.
People get to check in and see their favorite bowler right now when they're on the pair.
So you've got guys like, let's see, Jared's 15th after 6, so he needs a game here.
Yep. I wonder what he had game 7.
Right. Trey 13th after 6. He needs a big game here.
Oh, 161. Oh. Okay, here's Dakota throwing one. I said he just got up to about negative 90, so he's got outside chance of making the show still. Let's see, I'm going to bring up the most recent one on my phone here quick.
I just plug it into where it charges. It's not the greatest quality mic. I mean, I got it off of Amazon. So I get words for what I need right now.
Jason Cragen's kind of right on the cut line right now. After 6, he was 50 back, so it's not too far from the 16th spot. Not quite sure he had game 7 yet, but it's got to be kind of right around there. Yeah.
Well, I'll have to check out and see if I can find something like that.
Ooh. That was almost a 7.9 there, it looked like. Or excuse me, 8.10. I got a few guys here, they're kind of on the cut line, you know, like at least after 6. Looked like Jason was in about 18th. I think Trey's there, he's in about 13th, at least after 6.
Yeah.
Bushy, sounded like
Bill's in
Bushy
there.
had 160 or so last game, but he's still around the number.
Okay. So, yeah, these guys need to hang on.
Yep.
You know, eke out at 200,
200.
220, keep their position, and shouldn't be more than a few more minutes before we get those game 7 scores. So then we'll really see where everything shakes out. So Doug D says, great live stream, Fef. Al's in-depth knowledge is amazing. That's for sure.
In-depth.
See you in person tomorrow. And yeah, thank you for tuning in. Appreciate it. Yeah, Al is really making this live stream. I mean, I'm just kind of the guy who plugged in the cables and stuff like that. He's the show.
Like I said, you know, it's always fun to have a story, easy to have a story here when you damn near know, excuse my language, you know everybody in the building, you know?
Yeah.
Zach here on lane 6. He was the Dino Open winner.
Okay.
Yep. That was good for $1,200.
Oh. Yeah. That open can't help.
Yeah.
He's got some game left here.
Yeah.
I mean, after 6, he's sitting in 7th place. So,
and I don't know what happened game 7, but it's always a little extra anxious that last game when you're on the cut line when they're this tough because you got to get off the hand perfect, right?
right.
You got to keep it at the right speed, and then the carry's tough here no matter what. So you still got to just hope and pray you don't leave anything too crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. No, that's one of the best things I ever did is when I started bowling out of here. It really helped me break my spirit to where when I thought I was good, and I realized I wasn't good when I started here. I had a bunch of 300s in my 1920s at Byron Lanes and thought it was good, right? Man, you get here and it's just like the tough carry. It makes you learn how to pick your spares up, though.
Sure.
That's one of the things I've always really appreciated about this house is it'll beat you up. I mean, you leaving, 5-6 corner pins in a game isn't a rare occurrence here,
Yeah. But if you can pick them up and
Oh,
eke
yeah.
out the 220.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you might have been able to hear Dakota France's voice a little bit ago. He's the one who's up on lane 8 right now.
Ooh.
That one went right through the face.
Yeah, that lane 8 just hooks, man.
Yeah. This is Trey's father, Travis Hendricksmeyer, on 7.
I think lane 5 is just a deadwood lane.
Yeah, we've seen guys go up and down the gutter cap plenty.
Yeah. I remember when I used to have to do that.
Yep.
No, I still have to do it. The worst one was, I think it was 2 years ago, and my staff was busy during the youth holiday match games, and that one I run the tournament, right?
Sure.
But I'm still an employee here, so I'm still kind of working no matter what.
Yep.
But I had to go get deadwood because nobody was available. And as I was walking back, bowling alley was giving me a round of applause.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Yeah, that was the last time I got deadwood that day.
It's funny. You don't even need to finish what happened. I think we all get it.
Okay.
So, yeah, I figure let me see here. I'm going to pull up the homepage of the channel. I hope I'm not getting any weird feedback, but just basically to let you know that there is a different link for this afternoon's live stream. You can see it right there. It's the Holiday Match Games Match Play link. That'll get you this afternoon's coverage, and then the two on the left are for tomorrow's events, the MJBT qualifying and match play, and that will be live all throughout Sunday. So, be sure and...
Yeah, right before match play starts, I'll reshare the match play video, so that way everybody has it accessible to go to, but then make sure you do give the FEF subscribe and like. That way you can watch all of his videos. Does a lot of great interviews.
Boom. Right over there.
He's just a very, outgoing guy, and it's a lot of good material you can watch. So yeah, make sure you do that.
Yeah. Especially the one with Alan.
Yeah.
I like that one. Let's see. So these are our latest scores. This is after 6. I'll try and refresh the page, see if we have anything new here. Nope, not yet. So we'll pull that back up once those are updated.
Yeah.
So we've got 16 bowlers, and it's double elimination. You could end up bowling another 8 games.
Yeah, roughly something like that. I mean,
Okay.
it's a whole start of another day almost,
Yeah.
you know. That's why I have to take a nap. It's a long day, man.
Yeah.
I want to be fresh for the live stream, you
That's
know?
right. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, I think we got Maury here on 5 and 6. He's right here in the gray shirt. Now, he is another Rochester area Hall of Famer from Stewartville. He's kind of I would say, the Jared Bushman mentor, is what I would say.
Okay.
He's on one of the better traveling teams in the area with the Team Pepsi with like Brian Flown and Tim Mayer and those guys. Great human being. Owned strikers are the Stewartville Bowling Alley for a lot of years and big figure in our local bowling community.
Cool. Yeah. No, any way you slice it, it's good to see all these guys and ladies out here and supporting local bowling and, you know, giving us something to watch.
Yeah. That's the fun thing about running so many tournaments here in this just general area. It's really just a social event is what it is, you know, and it's a bowling tournament. Don't get me wrong. It's a bowling tournament, but I think you look more forward to it when you get to see all your friends, you know.
Yep.
Even though you want to beat the hell out of them, once you miss a cut, then you're cheering for them, right?
For sure.
I saw Trey is going to Wichita, right?
Yep.
Ooh, that's a good shot.
That was a good shot.
Shot maker.
Well, I'm glad the internet worked out.
Yeah.
Thank you for working on that.
Yeah, well, me working on it was telling Tim to start working on it.
That's okay. Hey, it starts
seems
somewhere,
like it's
right?
working good. And
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was a little glitchy early, but I mean, it seems like it's going, you know, really good. Fingers crossed.
Oh, so far so good. And now that kind of just opens up all the possibilities for you guys, right?
Yeah.
Because now you know you can handle something like this here.
That's really cool. Got Jerry back here taking pictures. What's your Facebook page called?
Jerry's bowling photos.
Yeah, if you follow Jerry's bowling photos, he goes to all MJBTs and a bunch of tournaments. And if you're looking for some good photography for your tournament, reach out to him.
There you go.
I'm just lucky Dakota Bowl's here, so he just comes and does it for fun for me.
There you go. Holly says live stream has been great, as well as the commentary. Thank you, Fef and Al. Thank you for
Yeah. So yeah,
tuning in.
I thought Hunter's kind of on the cut line. I'm pretty sure. So that's Hunter Diepenbrock's parents. He's one of the Jim O'Reilly coached bowlers in the Wabasha area.
Yeah.
Living legend, Minnesota Hall of Famer Jim O'Reilly.
He got off to a nice start. Hunter did. And
He's about 80 under, so
falling a little bit.
See,
28th after 6.
Okay.
So, yeah, he's gone 146, 146
yeah, I
his
think he
last
had
2.
one of the higher first game or games of the day, honestly, with the 260 out of the gates.
For sure.
I'm excited because next year's Dino Open. What are you laughing? Yep.
I love taking pictures of
Yep. But yeah, next year's Dino Open's going to the Riverboat in Wabasha. So I'm looking forward to going to Jim O'Reilly's center. That's just kind of one of those tournaments we built on or built for local small centers, you know, because we enjoy going to those just as much as ever, you know.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be fun hanging out with Jim and the Wabasha crew next year.
For sure.
Let's see what we got going on here.
Yeah. And make sure when you have those events, like the flyers and stuff, pop them into my group.
Oh, yeah.
I purposely set it up as a group and not a page, so
Yeah.
others can.
Oh, I see. It's set up as a group. I didn't know that. Oh, okay. I remember that.
Yeah.
Ooh. I think he must not be feeling that good. Or, I think
guessing he didn't
a little
mean
tweaked
to
or something.
loft that
Looks like he
much.
tweaked something
Okay.
when he's sliding. Wow, that makes sense now. I think he's just trying to get through the next 5 frames. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Take a positive out of a negative.
Hey. That was great. So Trey's explaining to Dakota that there's a chip in the track of his ball, so it's a little tamer.
I'm gonna watch, see if I can see the difference. Oh, I'm telling you, this place will break a person's spirit.
Yeah.
But it only makes you tougher, so it's not a bad thing.
Right.
It's
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, what's up? My roommate made it.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, he was worried about me. He called me when I was taking my nap.
Well, I just thought you were going to be running this thing and by ringing doorbell.
Oh no, Tony's got this one.
You got it tomorrow's then?
What's that?
Do you have
Oh, I got tomorrow's. Yeah, I run tomorrow's. Yep.
These were so they're moving this.
Yeah, so the finals is on 7 and 8.
Why did you put the Rochester?
You know,
Yeah.
I didn't put it there, and we
There have
already had
been
the lane
a lot
assignments
of
drawn. I
those.
just
A
didn't
lot of those solid 8s
put
and
it together
9s,
in
yeah.
my head.
Yeah.
Scores are not that high.
No, so scores.
Yeah.
before the tournament, I predicted minus 20, and it's probably looking at minus 60 or so. I think she hurt himself.
Yeah.
So that's why I think
Minus-
he's right here. He's on this pair. Right here.
It just went down and down and down. Yeah.
No, it just looks like it.
So after 6, the cut line is minus 37. And we should have totals for after 7 pretty soon here. So we'll see what everybody is shooting for as far as the cut for that 16-player match play this afternoon.
Have a couple more of these. That'll be more interesting.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. Probably should go ask Tim if that's all right. There you go. That's another good shot.
So that was the last in a 4-bagger for Trey Henriksmeyer that he walked out on the left side of the screen there. He's fighting to stay in that number.
Oh, come on.
Almost got that 9, the 9 out for Andreessen.
Ooh. Minus 58 after 7. So that must be about ready then, I bet.
Oh, yep. There's a crawl on the scoring monitors up there that says minus 58 after 7.
Gotta be up here any second, I bet. I like that they do that. I've always liked that.
Yeah.
You know,
That's cool.
a little extra pressure, right?
Yep.
Oh, here it is. It's officially up.
It's up? Okay. Let's see if we can find it here. Oops.
Yeah, Stella shot that 2-0, and I think he moved up 5 spots.
All right. So here are the latest standings. Of course, we've got Brady Stearns. This is after 7 games. Plus 249 and not showing any signs of slowing down with that 234 that we saw in his last game. Chad Nelson with the 248 back up into second at plus 78. And then you've got Lucas Hersrud at plus 64. Nick Heileman in fourth at plus 27. Dave Ullman plus 8. And that'll round out the top 5. Matthew Payne at plus 6. So only 6 guys are plus right now.
Oh, yeah.
And the cut line at Patrick Havda shot 159 the last game, but is still the cut line at minus 58. But you've got, Andy Mills is right there.
Yeah, there's a good chunk, a lot of talented bowlers.
If Jared can put something together here in the second half of his game, he's right there. Jason Cragen is there.
Yeah, anything can happen.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some players right near that cut line. That might be a little small to read, but maybe that'll help. Can't hurt, right?
Yeah. Hey, it was a good
Yeah.
shot from Bushy. Hey, Bush, just so you know, we were talking about your mustache earlier and how good it looks. Yeah. That's right. That's right. uh, Jared's actually the most recent inductor, or he's been inducted in the Rochester Area Hall of Fame.
Oh, cool.
Or Southeast Minnesota U.S. Hall of Fame, technically, but
Sure.
Rochester Area is what I call it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good shot, Maury.
Blind squirrel found an acorn. May not find any more, but I found one.
So Jason's got 108 through 6 with a strike up in the 7th. If he can string some strikes here, he's awfully close.
Yeah, it's right there.
So it's 58 under, and he's 74 under.
Okay.
So it's getting late, but
Well, yeah. You know, the 8 games is kind of a, pretty endurance tournament. You know, it's pretty long format. But then you put 7, 8 guys on a pair, it just makes it longer, and I love it.
sure. Yeah.
You do a little more transition, a little slower pace,
Another one who's still got some
Yeah.
life is Victor Cortez.
Yeah. Was he in like 16th or 17th, 18th? He's right in that mix.
Of course, I say that, and he goes right through the nose. 23rd.
Yeah, he's still right there.
But minus 80. He's got to make up 30-some
Yeah,
pins.
they had a 4-bagger. I mean, picks his spare up, I said Stella that last game. He shot 2-0 and moved up 4 spots or 5 spots.
Trey just hit his 6th in a row.
Yep, I seen that. That was a pretty one.
was a big shot from
Yeah.
Bushman.
Quite a bit of spectators here. That's cool to see.
Yep.
You know. Good people watching. I always like seeing that.
Yep.
It's good for the venue. It's good for the atmosphere, you know.
For sure. And then once you get to the match play and everybody's got their bowler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yep. I'm not gonna ask him. I'm just gonna have it be full of bowling balls.
Yep.
Hey, Mari, at least you look good doing it. At least you look good doing it. Yes.
Big shots.
Yeah, big shots down the stretch.
Ninth
It's a
and
big
10th
one for Jared coming up. And remember, he's leading the points too. So, you know.
So, yep, that's what we mentioned before. The total points in the quadruple crown. Jared number 1, followed by Brady and Riley, all here trying to stack those points and get that money.
Yep. There you go.
All right.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool because for the tournaments are different formats too.
Yep.
You know.
Different formats, different centers.
Yeah. Now this one's one where you can lead qualifying and still finish 16th. You know.
For sure.
But at least you have to lose twice.
Right. And again, if somebody wins all the way to the championship,
Yep.
they have to be beaten twice, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. If you lead, you gotta get beaten twice. Now I think Pat just left a 4-pin over there on lane 9 and 10. He's one of the bubble guys.
Yep.
I could see him expressing a little bit of emotion, but I get it.
Oh, sure. Working on a strike there, yeah. But yeah, he's the cut.
Yeah.
Going into this game. Just see on lane 5 there on the left side of your screen, Trey picking up that 610. He's going to be in the 230s, which is a big game at this point. And he needed it.
Yep.
Staying safe, just going down the middle. So 234 for Trey. That's going to at least keep him where he's at. If not, move him up a couple spots.
Maybe
It,
I'll
wa- it
see
was
it.
probably Mom. I think Mom played a big part in that.
Yep.
She's not even looking at me.
Yeah.
I said it must have been Mom. Mom's encouragement helped him, shoot 230 that last game. No? Yeah. Right. He is. No?
Not so good on fresh. Just at the, just right up there.
So he just said he's +7.
Okay.
I'm going to left.
You still working on it?
Yeah,
We got 7 people to beat.
I'm going to left.
A couple big shots here for Jared here coming up now.
Oh, yeah.
One-handed fire for stop. Yeah, one's in cut, the other one's don't know where the hell he is.
Oh, God. Ooh. Oh, man.
Wow.
I did not think that was going to make the corner. Honestly, sometimes you're more likely to carry hitting it like that here than hitting it flush.
Sure. Yeah, with what we've seen today. Absolutely.
27, so it's not too bad. Not great. Capitalize on it tomorrow.
Oh, so that looks a little better. There you go. Hey,
Basically,
if you look at how he started, man, 6'3", 8'1", 5'2", 5 spare to go off the sheet to give him a chance,
Yep.
I would say he's more likely than unlikely, but I don't know everything that's happened, He's 19th, It'd be interesting to see how this all plays out. There's a couple of big shots for Pat here on lane 10, too. He's got a chance for 2-0, and he's in 16th. So a couple of really big shots right here.
You can just see him on the right side of your screen.
Oh. Okay.
Well, it's got a makeable.
Yeah, right there. Ooh, every pin's going to come for Bushy. Ooh, 7-2-0. Okay.
I mean, 190 isn't the worst thing that can happen.
Yeah, good finish, Bushy. Yeah. Last game, Stella shot 2-0 and moved up 5 spots. But last game, Stella shot 2-0 and moved up 5 spots. Oh,
There's another deadwood.
Well, at least it's at the end of the game.
Right.
Gives him a little time. Mm-hmm. He can walk up there instead of run up there.
Yeah.
So we got here Cortez. Oh.
Still daylight out.
tell you, to have 3 guys above 200, that's probably one of the best scoring games
Yeah.
that this pair
And the
has
guy
had.
leading it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Never mind the 116. Just pretend that didn't happen.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yep, 198. So
Brent shot 200, and he was right there too.
yeah.
I think he's probably feeling pretty good about it because he was in 14th. So that's one guy that's not dropping.
Yep.
Actually, it worked out. I mean, there's a lot of guys right around the cut line on this pairs who are wrapping up.
Yep. So we've got a few pairs finishing up here.
Okay,
This
again with
is
195.
195. So that'll do it for qualifying here. What I'm going to do is I will keep the stream going. I'll probably cut the mics, but
Yep. Take a
I'll
little
keep-
break here.
I'll keep the stream going, and then once the final scores come out, I'll pop that up for a moment and just leave it there for a moment, cut it off, and then we'll go on to the next link. Be sure and join us because we will have the match play in its entirety coming up when we find our top 16, get them on their assigned lanes, and get them going to determine a champion here at the holiday match games at Colonial Lanes in Rochester, Minnesota. That's coming up shortly.
minus 59.
So the cut was minus 59.
And we actually had a three-way tie on that one.
Wow. A three-way tie for the cut number.
I am not. I am actually flipping coin, making it easier. So I need Phil Stelmaker, Jared Bushman, and Andy Mills, please. And then we also had another tie earlier, and they need Darren Galbraith and Nate Waldheiser. You had a tie. 1560 was a tie.
Flip the camera around here and see what's going on. Maybe I'll get out of the way so see behind me.
Going backwards. Shit away.
I don't want to pay for it. Brady? Oh, I want Brady. So now you have Brady. Oh, this is perfect. I hear you. I mean, if I don't get the first one.
So you and Snell.
Oh, I'm losing this coin flip. You're getting me, baby, and I want you so bad.
Easy now.
Oh, we got it. Yeah. Oh, so I'm already last.
So you and Jared were left.
Oh, even better. We already got Brady. We're good. We're good. We already got Brady. Perfect. Oh! Told you.
Billy and Brady.
Let's see, Darren and Nate.
No, he ended up the coin flip. He lost our coin flip. So it's 16. Because there's a three-way tie at 59. That's what they're all. Sweet, thank you. I'm gonna run a couple bags out and bring a ball back for Nicholas.
So we'll give actually these in order. I appreciate that. So we'll get those written up. So that puts you at 12.
Nice meeting you.
That's good luck. Yeah, three-way tie. I thought too.
They have a couple of them. I think one of them is Vice Research.
Okay, at this time, for those of you that have, I know that I believe she's handing them out right now, but you can get your brackets, money, and then we'll get these put on the sheet, and I'll announce where we're going as far as who's on which lane.
Okay, so the anticipation continues, the suspense continues. A couple different ties, including the cut number, so we'll find out who's in, who's out, who's bowling against who in just a moment here.
Okay.